Sam spent his life.
Is he about to kill his dad in front of us? Wait! No, 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 no! I didn't mean it! I didn't mean it!
Bully stick. Chicken strip. Wait. Are you a good girl? That was a wink. That was really cute. Are you ready? Okay.
Bounce on it. Crazy style.
Hotel. Hello. Go see my movie.
Nosferatu.
And you must bounce on it. Crazy style.
Did
What
my
are you
husband
doing?
sell me to you, or what's up?
Yes, yes.
He did?
Dump him.
Oh, yeah, I'll dump
He
him.
is not shit. He sold you.
I was wondering the same.
I'm waiting because I said I don't move until Cat moves. Oh, Cat! Yes, my liege!
No, 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 no! I didn't even need to go forward. I was trying to go sideways. I'm gonna choke to death tonight, I swear. Nothing, yes, my lead.
When's Nemesis gonna pop up? You fucking... I hate my brain!
Fine. I need to make wet.
Sorry?
You can go to the
Me-
bathroom if you need to. No, I'm just kidding.
Just go to the bathroom, it's okay.
I need to say, I need to make wet when I have to go piss. I need to make wet. I gotta go. I need to make wet.
Hey guys, you mind if I make wet real quick?
I don't like when you ask permission like that, bro.
Why?
I don't like please don't ask me that. Anyone else, not me.
Hey guys, really quick, can I go make wet? Or what's up?
Please, 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 can I go make
Please
wet?
let me make wet, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna make wet. If I don't make wet right now, I'm gonna make wet somewhere else.
Chat, I don't apologize for what you've heard today. Thanks.
No.
Everything's fine. Hey! Don't do that again! Ah! Guys! 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 Guys!
Yeah. There's no fucking way. How did you not die? Bro, what the fuck? Holy shit, bro. Oh my god. Bro, my stomach hurts. Holy shit.
You might have heard some things already. Going around on the internet about how I'm just gonna be blunt. I'm gonna be very open and honest. I said that if I had balls, I would dip them in soy sauce to try to taste the soy sauce. And you want to know a secret?
Oh, whoa.
You want to get like I forgot how to speak words, so that sentence is just gonna end there.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And there she is. No, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on.
I think it goes downstairs. This would look really nice by the front entrance. Oh my god, it's Lexi!
Please,
Yeah,
please.
right here.
How do
Right
you run
here.
so fast?
Yeah, that's good.
No!
That's good right there.
Jumped in.
I'm being chased!
Cat. Thank you. I don't know why. I feel like I'm just weak as shit.
Yeah, me too. We can't all be cat.
That's true.
And I'll steal the health upgrades.
Bro, he sniped her around a corner. That's so unfair. Look, he was
Bro, come on!
RIPmika, that's him. When you said that, like, of course that's his fucking name.
Good morning, everybody.
It's Soupy McGoopy. It's Soupy McGoopy.
How are we?
Stop.
He's gonna get me!
How are things? Kind of miss the orange hair. I miss it a little bit too.
Gonna be completely honest. Miss it just a little. Sure. Sure, we can play this. We doing good today? Hi Clark, hi Mahandran, hi Fusion, hi Aslick, hi Dove, hi Jimmy, hi Grim, hi Eisen, hi Kai. I'm ready to get our note-taking on today. How goes Thursday? Good. I slept really well last night. I got up, I made myself some bacon and eggs. Did a little refreshing with my sourdough starter. Fed him. Getting him prepped so I can make a couple of sourdough loaves before Sunday. Doing okay today. Honestly, feeling good today. Despite my hair despite me very desperately wanting to wash my hair this morning, I was like, no, it looks fine. We're just gonna let it go as is, and then next shower will be a hair wash shower. Hi, Dove. Hi, Lulu. Hi, Yella. How are you? Yella, have you seen the fishing in Monster Hunter Wilds? Are you here for the drama? The drama from all of the Roottrees men. I'm excited because I lost my Steam. To be fair, we were 5 hours into Roottrees research last time we were streaming it. So we're refreshed. I had a good sleep. I'm ready to search. The Montreal Canadiens are in the playoffs. Ah! Remember last year when I picked them and I was like, I don't think they're going to see a playoff anytime soon. I just really like the team. Sorry, what was that? I never doubted them. They're really thinking hard about going to Dallas on Sunday for game 1. Or Saturday. Oh yeah, that'd be really fun. I know it's kind of probably an opinion of other people, but I would want to go on a game 4 or game
Retrace
5.
the resub.
Oh, damn.
It's coming from inside the chat.
I'd want to go to a game 4 or game 5 in a series. Just because that would be the one with the energy, you know? That's a lot of months. I have not. How's the fishing? It's really, it's interesting. Thank you for the 56 months, first of all. You have to like tilt the stick up and down, either slow or fast, depending on the type of fish you're trying to get, because some fish like a lot of like teasing in the line and some don't. And it's I like it, but I still need to wrap my mind around how to do it well. I've been to a couple game 7s. Can tell you it's an adrenaline rush for 4 hours. Yeah. Yeah. How's everyone's farms, by the way? I saw a lot of people farming yesterday. And now when I go in, since you guys are farming and we share a server, a Discord server, now when I go farm, you pop up on my farmers list, which is really cute. So I've been visiting a few of you. Farm Ridge Valley, not sponsored. Never will be sponsored because I don't think it's that type of game, but. Did you indoctrinate the shark thing into farming? I accidentally, because when I was getting overwhelmed in repo the other day, I was giving myself iPad kid time or Samsung tablet time. And I was playing Farm Ridge Valley whenever I was dead in repo. And I mentioned it, and then suddenly everyone's like, actually, this game's pretty fun. It's a Discord game. It's Farmville for Discord. Get on it. Me as I harvest some strawberries. Still can't count to 5, yeah. Missy, college final assignments are so much more important than Farm Ridge Valley, I will say. I've got my aesthetically prepared Pop-Tarts, and I'm ready. I'm ready to solve some mysteries. Ready to hear the drama? Yeah. You ready to solve multiple cases of infidelity? Absolutely. I think I want to go through it. It's probably not designed to do it this way, and you have to kind of like piece them together. But I kind of want to solve like the first infidelity, and then the second, and then solve Guy Hudson's bullshit. That man. You give a man redhead, you give a man a beautiful, bouncy, voluminous haircut, and you let him have that voluptuous red hair, and he does not know how to act right. Fucking Guy Hudson. I actually set up a very little vegetable plot in real life yesterday. No way! Everyone's farming. Kat got her farm set up in her yard. Y'all want to jump into some Roottrees? I don't really have any updates. In case you have checked the Discord events recently, I've changed back to the old way we were doing them, where I was making them for every day. Because for a couple of months now, we've been using a Discord bot called ChronicleBot, which connects to a Google Calendar. And then whatever you put on the Google Calendar, it'll put events in Discord for it. And that was fine, but they never were personalized before, and I couldn't add banners. And sometimes they wouldn't update in time. So we're back to doing it by hand, and I think I like it a lot more now that we've had some time doing it a different way. I think we all just want to be farmers. Yeah. Yeah, so true. Farming. Love the farm life. We had D&D last night, which was great because I got to focus on something else instead of the last game of the Habs season that would give them the points to go to playoffs, and they got it. But I was like, thank fuck I have D&D to focus on today. Played D&D, and I got to leave off the party on a cliffhanger of them meeting a curmudgeonly old gaunt druid in the forest, and the druid asking them for a favor, and we got to leave off on the session by him saying, "How do you feel about fighting a dragon?" In session. See ya in 2 weeks, bitch. Hey, quick question. I've been added on Discord that's under as your Twitch. Not me. The only way to verify accounts on Discord is if you go to someone's account, and it's, hold on, let me pull up my profile just so I can see exactly what I'm looking for. One sec. I'm gonna actually show you exactly what you need to look for this. Give me just a second. This is a quick PSA because there are several Discord accounts that are pretending to be me, and Discord does nothing about it. They have blocked me, so I can't even like report them myself. And so let's fucking talk about it, actually. So we've got Discord here. I'm going to show you exactly what I mean by you need to check account connections. If you go to accounts like this, looking at an account, connections here in the boxes with the verified connection, you cannot fake these. I connect these to my Discord so that you can verify that these link out to my actual accounts. There are accounts that fake by putting in the bio. Like they'll put in the bio just twitch.tv/RIPmika. Not me. You gotta report these accounts if you come across them. Thank you so much, Rain, for checking. I appreciate it. There's some people that have gotten scammed by me in the past. Scammed by me by fake accounts on Discord, offering them streamer support. This is also why I don't add people on Discord and why I don't private message people on Discord. So, give me 1 second. My grandma's calling. My grandma's getting scammed. No. Hold on. I'm doing great. Happy Easter to you too. How was your birthday this year? 94. That is a feat, Grandma. Yeah. Yeah. I'll probably be visiting in the next like month or two. I think I'm gonna come visit in the next month or two. I might drive over. If Grandma, of course I'm gonna come see you. Of course I'm gonna come see you. I always come see you when I come visit home. All right, I will. Yeah. Yeah. I don't trust other people when I drive either. Yeah. Yeah. The wind just blows you away. You Yeah. Yeah. He also works a lot now, so. Yeah. At the gardens? Yeah. Grandma, I will always answer your calls. I only live in Texas, so I'm not big time, you know? I'm gonna come visit you. You don't have to worry about getting anyone to give you rides to me. I will drive wherever you are, Grandma. Yeah, I gotta catch up on so much. I play hockey now. I do have a dog. She's like a little Australian shepherd. Very fluffy. I've told her about my dog so much. Yeah, Shih Tzu. Yeah. 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 They're yeah. My dog's a mutt. She's got so many breeds in her. I got her from a rescue, so Do you want to hear her accent? Why mine comes out?
With me, and she got out of there. She ran out when I opened the door,
Yeah.
and your mother got in her car and rode all over Manio, and she was crying when she got back.
Yeah.
And she
Where? Oh, right. Yeah, I remember that. Down with our neighbors, yeah. It's so good to talk to you too, Grandma. Yeah, yeah, I dyed my hair red for a while. I'm letting it grow out natural now. Yeah. A little red, yeah.
bit of white and a little bit of something else. I don't know what you call that, but anyway, it's not any one color. It's just it's got spots in it that's gray.
Yeah, yeah. I'm getting gray hairs now, Grandma.
You know that's where Michelle is now.
In Texas? Yeah. Yeah, I've seen her Facebook post. Yeah. 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 Of course. You can call anytime, Grandma. I will answer even when I'm working. Do you I Do you want me to mail you pictures or bring you pictures when I come? Yeah, I can do that. I have a film camera, so I've been taking like actual physical pictures now. Right back at you, Grandma. You still sound young as ever. Yeah. But they live like a few hours away. Everyone always says like, "Oh, they live in Texas too," but then it's like 8 hours away at the other side. Yeah. 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 I am, yeah. I am, yeah. I know. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, everyone's on different paths, you know? So, of course, Grandma. Thank you for calling. It was great to hear from you. You made my day. I love you. Bye. Love that woman. She started spilling heavy tea at the end. So I'm glad I didn't unmute again. So glad I didn't unmute again. At some point, remember when we were talking about dogs and she was like, "What kind of dog do you have?" And I was like, "She's an Aussie mix." She said something about like, "Well, there's 3 people on my road that own Shih Tzus." And then she goes, "Ah, couldn't they have named that dog something else? It's just such a crude name for such a dog. I hate saying it." Love that grandma. Love her. You should send your grandma some bed. I don't know how well bread ships, you know? But my brain started going. I'm probably gonna maybe drive over. I don't know. I don't trust planes anymore. But I have to visit. I have to see my grandma, my dad, and my brother. So maybe I can bring my bread on the plane with me. Can you please do a mac and beans on Monday the 28th to distract Ashley so she doesn't crash out? What's happening on the 28th? Clark is going to house and dog sit, probably. Sounds like you have a road trip to plan, yeah. She's so funny, my grandma. She's 94, so that is why I don't put her phone calls off. When she calls, everything else drops. She is 94 years old. And she still sounds so spry, and she's still got all of her faculties. She has some hard time walking now, but she also went pretty hard physically in her 80s. And now she doesn't drive anymore. So, which is very good. And she says, I don't trust myself or the other drivers. And I'm like, well, I've been in the car with you, Grandma. You probably shouldn't be driving. So, oh, I got a lot of tea though. She's like, are you still doing that work that you do? And I was like, yep, still doing it. She goes, you still making a livable wage? And I'm like, yep, pay my bills. Pay my bills at least. And she goes, I wish some other people in the family would get a job. Girl, we don't. I'm not saying a word. You say what you need to, girl. Ma'am, whatever you need to get off your chest.
We trace
I'm
the
here,
resub.
and I'm listening.
It's coming from inside the chat.
We listen and we silently judge, and we just go, mm-hmm, right, mm-hmm. Resub alert is loud. Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. It's probably because I had to turn up my PC sound last night. All right, are we ready? You guys got to eavesdrop on one end of a phone call with my grandma. You get to hear a little bit of my southern accent come out. And my grandma's accent is so precious. I love it. All right. Let's do this thing. We're also all caught up on VODs on the VOD channel, by the way. Cool. Game is loud as fuck. Good lord. All right, 4 locked in. And it's about to be another 150 locked in, right, chat? All right, so far, we've locked in Guy Hudson as being the 3rd infidelity. 7 years of infidelity here with 5 affairs. He had a son with Joanna Robertson, who was his secretary. We need to figure out what her job is now, because I think that's not what her job is now. We locked in Stephanie Landon and Brian Jones having little baby. We don't know if their name is actually Carol, but it was hinted that their name makes sense because they were born on Christmas Eve. We have tried to guess that the 2nd infidelity is going to be Miracle Roottrees with Mary Beth Clementine, but we're still trying to figure this out. And we've locked in that the 1st infidelity was Elias Roottrees. So I want to solve the 1st infidelity from the jump. We also have a Zach Morden picture that we can add in to like fully complete the family tree. Okay. Call grandma back and get her. I should just get her opinions on this. Grandma, did you hear about Elias Roottrees? Back in 1921? Oh my god. No, he cheated on his wife. Alright. So, we've completely tapped out our research. We found out the Clancy Trust is no longer handled by anyone in the family. Guy and Elias definitely cheated. I'm fairly certain possible infidelity 2 is Miracle Roottrees. Mr. Too Good for Everyone Pastor. The Elias one, Elias and Gwyneth were yelling about Beth at some time. He also had a secretary named Elizabeth. And Gwyneth probably used whoever Beth is as leverage to coerce Elias to do anything. We have another Elizabeth who was Guy's secretary. A Nanamom who probably has nothing to do with the whole thing. Joanna Fellows, who is Zach Morton's secretary, who ended up being David Fellows. 5 Pieces, mother. Mary Beth Clementine. So this is for sure Elias X who? We're not sure. And then this is Guy Hudson's big day. Out. Sir. Okay. So I know we have evidence. We've got the 6 Pieces, we've got The Family Man by Bess Williams. And this was just like very much propaganda. It tells you nothing new about Elias from what you know of his true feelings towards some of his extended family. Have we looked up Bess Williams yet? See if she has any other books. Was an author born in late 1800s. She lived just outside of Miami and died tragically young in a major hurricane. Bess has a minor history with the Roottrees. Her only notable book, Family Man, is widely considered blatant propaganda about Elias Roottree. It had been all but forgotten until recently when it was re-released during the height of Roottree mania. There's a site dedicated to hurricane statistics that also mentioned Bess Williams. The Bocadoro Library, not far from where she lived, was partially destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the nonfiction section after her. The library was expanded again in 1950, then closed in 1963 when larger multiple libraries opened in the surrounding area that made it redundant. I wonder... We got a picture of it. The Bocadoro Library no longer exists. You find multiple libraries in the area. According to the website and the library system in Miami, the building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. Searching for the Miami Print Museum, you come across their website. It states their hours and a list of exhibits. The building is very small, admission is free, and they only have room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits in their courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unnamed author. The picture has been added to your evidence. Another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday, a now defunct weekly newspaper. The last is a original print of Cuba by Cubans, an art book. So, if the Bocadoro Library used to have a dedication to Bess, and it was taken over by the museum, and now the museum has an unknown author statue. Well, we
It's
need to look
coming
at
from
the
inside
statue.
the chat.
Is this not Beth? That's gotta be Bess Williams. Jeff, thank you so much for the 18-month resub. Welcome back. Hope you're having a great one today. Okay. Cuba by Cubans. Ooh, another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday. Miami Sunday is something. Miami Sunday has no records that you can find online. It merged with another periodical and became the Miami Mercury Sunday, which folded after only a year. Miami Mercury Sunday was a newspaper that lasted only a year. You find small website about quirky printing facts that mention the Miami Mercury Sunday was the outcome of merging 2 smaller failing newspapers. This resulted in one large and failing newspaper, which is only notable to the author because by combining the names and the way they did it was tied for the longest title in the American newspaper at the time. It was a newspaper in Jefferson, Texas. But what about the original Miami Mercury? Miami Mercury is now a defunct newspaper that merged with the Miami Sunday. The resulting newspaper, the Miami Mercury Sunday, went out of business. At least partially archived and available via your periodical search. So now we have the Miami Mercury, and I'm gonna look up Bess. Miami Mercury had an article about Bess Williams section in the Bocadoro Library when it was being built. It mentions that Bess's young son, now an orphan? How old was he? 1928. Was he like 7? Was he? Because the affair happened in the 20s. Uh-oh. It also had a later mention from 1949, the last year the paper existed, about a bidding war for a planned expansion of the library and bidding in 1950. The bidding was won by Wildcat Construction, including a new statue, fountain, and a second room that would double its shelf count. Wildcat Construction is listed as some historical records. Okay. But what about in the periodical? Oh! Wildcat Construction was mentioned once in an article you've already seen. It's also mentioned earlier. Constructing a Better World. Frank Wildcat Williams left Florida in 1941, a construction worker, and returned a hero. He won the Navy Cross for his bravery and sacrifice, having carried a fellow soldier to safety under heavy Nazi fire. Now he and his wife Ophelia... Alright, hold on, we gotta... Frank Wildcat Williams fought in World War II. Wife is Ophelia. Now he and his wife Ophelia are carrying his fellow soldiers through tough times at home. Wildcat Construction is Frank's company, focused on creating opportunities for soldiers fighting difficulty getting back to normal. Ophelia has handled outreach to the wives of local veterans, who are often able to provide insight into their husband's needs and conditions. She has, through some outreach, found 13 veterans of the war to serve as Frank's employees. Community service has been unendingly and overwhelmingly positive. It has gotten to the point where if Frank bids on a project, other local companies have decided to step back and let his soldiers handle it. This has become somewhat of a sore spot for local politicians and business owners, as the bids are often not as low as they expected. The problem for them is that essentially Frank has a selective monopoly, but any attempt to circumvent it has caused an uproar and accusations of being un-American. It's uncertain what will become of Wildcat Construction, but at least for now, we're rooting for them. Okay. I want to look up this in the spider search. Oh, we already did. Wait. I want to look up Frank Williams in the spider search. Did we get a picture of him? Frank Wildcat Williams is listed on a few different military history websites. He was awarded a Navy Cross Medal in World War II, and the story goes that even after being struck in the arm with a bullet, he managed to carry a fellow soldier through enemy territory on his shoulders for over 2 miles. He died in 1996, age 74, in a retirement community in Sweetwater, Florida. An obituary on the website of a local news channel that was written by his surviving family also sheds light on some of his personal life. He grew up an orphan, 74, 1922. He grew up an orphan because his family died in a hurricane when he was very young. He could barely remember his mother and had no memory of his father. After the war, he ran a construction company that mainly hired World War II veterans and did a lot of jobs in and around the greater Miami area. He was a born joker and a shining light to the veterans that needed him most. And Anecdoche mentions that he used to insist he married his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name. Anecdoche. Anecdote. Oh, are we still in just chatting? Brett, thank you. Appreciate ya. A photo is attached to Frank in his youth, juggling hammers in front of one of his construction sites. He is often known to do. According to the article, he's survived by Ophelia as well as his daughters Barb and Sharon Williams. So I think we have this. Hold. I think this is gonna be Bess. And she's an author. I think this becomes... What was his Bill? What was his name? Frank. Frank. Bill? Frank Williams. Ophelia Williams, because she doesn't have to change her name. He's in construction. I don't have a picture of him. Hold. There he is, juggling. There's his mom. Okay. And then they had Barb and Sharon. Barb Williams. Motivational speaker. She has a website that explains the services she offers. Her company's address is listed as in Coconut Grove, Florida. We have her flyer. Barb Williams. Her story will surprise you, uplift you, then energize you. Greta Jones, WKTV 12 Morning News. Do you think we can look these places up and get them in our periodicals? A lesson that anyone can take something away from. An intimate evening with a truly wonderful message. Book Barb for corporate retreats, church events, and even school assemblies. She can customize her message for any audience. Vic Elmsworth. Okay. WQTV 12 has no online presence. You do find it in a giant television call signs next to the city Springfield under the heading Effingham County. You may need to do a deeper dive on the specific city and state to see if any locals have discussed the news in that area. WQTV 12. Okay. Kikiwa Falls Gazette. Kikiwa appears to be in New Zealand. Instead, a man named Chris Elmsworth has invented a small-town newspaper as a conceptual art piece. Kikiwa Falls Gazette is a series of online articles about small restaurant shows and other tourist attractions. This is presented in a monthly newspaper of small-town America. Hold on. Damn. What makes the Kikiwa Falls Gazette a bit strange is that amongst the articles detailing real locations are occasional stories that present outlandish, inflammatory concepts in extremely mundane ways. For example, mermaids strike back against lobster farms that, using very dry language, details the ideas that the mermaids in Maine have begun to unionize in support of better benefits. There are no punchlines. The article is not marked any differently from the rest. Okay. Interesting. Benton County. And Isabel Crosby, according to a flyer, is the superintendent of Benton County. There hasn't been a Benton County in Florida since 1850. Interesting. Benton County. Springfield. Benton County, Illinois? No. 9 different states. Okay. Well, we'll have to come back to that, I guess. So we've got Barb Williams, and then we also need to get Sharon Williams. Nothing about Sharon. Nothing about Sharon. Interesting. Are the root treatments still trash? Oh, Tasha. Oh, Tasha. Got 1, 2. And what if we do say that this is Barb? Superintendent is crazy to think about. I'm gonna sit, by the way. Was that man doing a milady hat grab? Which one? This guy? No. That is Frank Wildcat Williams, and he's juggling hammers. Of course. Come on. Hey, come on. Come on now. See, Barb Williams has a lot. Got Greta. I'm gonna look up Greta Jones. WQ. Greta Jones. Okay. Am I? Vic Elmsworth. Vic Elmsworth, according to his own personal page, is apparently one of 3 brothers. All 3 of them are contributors to the newspaper called the Kikwa Falls Gazette. He tends to focus more on the southeastern United States. All of the articles he's written are archived on his site, including the long-form version of a review of Barb Williams' motivational show. According to Victor, he has seen Barb talk more than once. On this particular occasion, Barb's talk was at a very large church, and it was clear she was an expert at matching the presentation of her concepts for any particular crowd, because she received a standing ovation. Barb started with a story of loss, specifically the loss of a bicyclist who was hit by a car. She spoke about the death of any person as a darkness in their loved ones, a cold, empty void that begins to creep into a space where there once was light. Because the light could never return exactly how it once was, she says the only option is to nurture new sources of light to help fight back the darkness. Her conclusion was that finding the hidden meanings in tragedy is the most important thing we can do. She used multiple biblical comparisons and finished by looping back around to her initial story about how she personally came around to this ideology. The biker who died was her son-in-law. And the Lanes Across America charity that was created to fill the newfound darkness her daughter experienced. Okay, so Barb Williams is a motivational speaker. Son-in-law died in a hit and run? Was it a hit and run? Hit by a car? Being hit by a car while riding a bike. Her daughter was affected by grief of above. Okay. So, Barb they split up, but Barb has a son-in-law. This is not Barb. This has to be Barb. Barbara Williams. And then this other, what was the other one's name? I don't remember. Speaker? Do we have speaker on here? Public speaker. And that's Barb Williams. And she has a husband who we don't know yet. And then she has a, she has a daughter who got married though. Is she lying? I mean, she's a motivator. She's a motivator figure, so she could be lying. I don't know. Lanes Across Cropped. Lanes Across America, or LAA, is a charity focused on adding bike lanes to major cities. Drew Smith. We have a Drew Smith now. The pages and pages of news articles that mention Lanes Across America have a similar summary in them. LAA, formerly LAM, Lanes Across Miami, was founded in 1987 after the death of Drew Smith. Drew was biking home from work when he was hit by a car. Each year since Lanes Across America has grown, they now have offices in over 12 major metropolitan areas, including Miami, where the charity began. Does narrow down the pages of articles you found earlier. LAM was founded in 1987, became LAA in 1994. It was founded by Sharon Smith after the death of her husband. Sharon and some other board members stepped down, and the current leadership took over. One of the oldest articles has a full uncropped version of the same wedding photo from the LAA website. It seems that after Sharon left LAM, they began to crop her and the rest of her wedding party out of the photo to focus solely on Drew, who is the face of the charity. Wedding. And do we think that woman is this woman? Okay, we have Drew Smith. Cool. This, who are you? Split up. But what is this? What is this line? Guardian? Brother, I get so confused with this. Married. What is this? There's something fucky going on in this. Sharon. Barb and Sharon. Drew. Sharon. Did she have a baby really? She had a baby really young. And Frank and Ophelia adopted it. Adopted the baby, right? Beth. And then I need you. I don't know who you are. Go away. Sorry, I'm mega minding. Right? John Doe had a baby, bam, boom. Bam, boom, bam. And then we have Sharon Williams, who I don't know what she does. What is she? Who is she? And we have Drew Smith. And he's this guy. He's cute. He's a cutie. I'll say it. He's a cutie. Sharon, Sharon Williams. Drew Smith. Y'all didn't care? So y'all didn't care, I guess. Sharon Schmidt. Sharon Williams. Nothing. L-A-A. L-A-M. No. L-A-M. Oh. L-A... Oh, God. Sharon! Lanes across America. Lines across Miami. They stepped down in 1992. She was a... She was... What was she? A director? No, they mean director in the... A CEO. She was a... Babe, what was she? Babe, please! What could she have been, Barb? Benton County. Isabel Crosby. Benton County. There hasn't been Benton County of Florida since 1950. Benton County. Barb, what the fuck? Yeah, I think it was out of print too. Superintendent. Benton County Schools? Elementary. It was worth a shot. Frank. Ophelia. Did we search Ophelia Williams? We didn't. Nothing. Georgia. Springfield. Channel 12. Person who runs the website is ranked using 3 categories. Oh. Greta Flores. It's a news anchor who used to go by Greta Jones. Compared to the ordeal you've gone through to simply figure out her current name, it's way easier than you expect to find that she is a website of accomplishments. She was apparently the MC of an all-female speaking tour in 1977. The tour was called Storytellers of Sisterhood, The Mothers and Daughters of Earth. You do a search for it, and it seems the stories were compiled into a book titled 25 Stories of Sisterhood by Ayla Hale. Ayla Hale. Beauty Brat. One of the stories by Barb Williams has been added to your evidence. This is great. The first part of the story focuses on 2 16-year-old girls. My sister Sherry was a brat. Always sulking, always disobedient, never on time. She borrowed things without asking and even ran away from home only to sneak back the next day like nothing has changed. My daughter Sharon, on the other hand, was a beautiful person. She had excellent marks in school, was intensely artistic, and creative, and even volunteered at an animal rescue. She continues to tell stories of the 2 girls until she shifts the narrative. What was the difference between Sherry the brat and Sharon the beauty? Is it nature, nurture, a better education, different opportunities? The answer is nothing. There is no difference because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. Barb reveals that her daughter was the result of an unexpected we put that together all by ourselves. I met a boy at a county fair. Unlike us, he lived in a nice part of town. He went to a good school. To a teenage girl, it felt like a fairy tale, but there were boxes all over his house. He was moving in 3 days. These 3 days were heaven to me. The final night, he surprised me. Told me he could actually see me again soon. He planned to return to visit his grandparents. I thought I was giving him a reason to keep his promise. I never saw him again, and then I finally got desperate enough to ask around. A friend of a friend told me he hadn't even given me his real last name. Barb also talks about when she found out she was pregnant. I was convinced my life was over, but my parents, they took charge. I had to live at home and work a part-time job, but they removed the burden of motherhood. I managed to scrape out a degree in English, and as far as my daughter was concerned, I was her much older sister. When I was younger, I thought my sister was a brat, and I wasn't wrong, but she ran away from home to work at that animal shelter. She borrowed my clothes for presentations at school, and her creativity allowed her to open up Sherry's hair. It took me far too long to realize the beauty was always there. In fact, the brat and the beauty exist in all of us. It was my inner brat that kept me blind to the truth, and I'd like to say it's the beauty in me that's finally able to see what I was missing. I implore you to call upon the beauties in yourself, and whenever the brat tries to take hold. All right, Sharon's hair. She's a hairdresser. The owner of the business is listed as Sherry Yadstromsky. Sherry has a large van and on weekends can bring the style of Brittany, Christina, or even Rachel to your door. The About Sherry section is very long and presented as one paragraph with multiple run-on sentences and no pictures. You get the sense that if she were to do your hair, she'd be doing a lot of talking. It mentions that her husband Pete was her late husband's college roommate. She and he never spent any significant time together until she became a widow, and they built a charity together. They left the charity behind because it was growing beyond their ability to run it. Okay. She also brags about her kids, Tony, Mark, and Cricket. Cricket! I love the name Cricket. Her oldest, Tony, seems to get the short end of the stick. His 2 listed accomplishments are that he's the oldest, and he's a straight A student. Mark, on the other hand, has multiple basement accomplishments listed. Apparently his Little League team is nationally recognized. Cricket York is near the end and has an entire section dedicated to her. She's an actress on a local television show called Library. The reason Sherry relocated from Miami to Orlando. Sherry, in addition to being hireable, is a stylist for the show. Passage also mentions that her agent recommended they change her last name to York since it's easier to pronounce. The rest of the section describes how she got the part, but it seems unimportant to your search. Okay. Sharon York, so not Sharon Williams. And she's a hairdresser. And Drew Smith, and then this would be Pete Yastrzemski. We need to look him up. Peter Yastrzemski. Nothing. Tony, Mark, and Cricket. We have... Oh, wait. Maybe Cricket York is Cricket York. And Sherry is still Sharon Williams. Got it. Understood. Carol's right! Bess is wrong. What does she do now? Who is she? Huh. Is her name actually Bess? Yeah. Okay. Cricket York and the puppet Pooftail when she was on a show called Library. The theme on the episode tackled why some people need glasses. Alright, so Cricket York. Library is a children's show filmed at a studio in Orlando. It has been on the air since 1991. In the show, multiple adults and children interact with different animal puppets in a small town called Library. Unlike some other popular shows involving non-human performers, this one isn't funded by the public. Instead, it's paid for by by donations from businesses related to education. This includes textbook manufacturers like Roottrees. Roottrees. Tutoring companies such as Educate to You, and a few well-known publishers of picture books. From what you can find, it's syndicated in a few markets across the southern United States and in New Hampshire for some reason. Like most other children's entertainment, many of those that grew up with it tend to have fond memories. That works in your favor because the show has been documented by a few fan sites. There's even a library web ring, though it only has 3 entries. You kick through the sites in the ring and find that Cricket York joined the cast at the age of 5 and is still listed as a current cast member. A picture of Cricket from one of her first episodes has been added to your evidence. Okay. So I think Cricket was this guy's. Cricket York. Actor? Because that was only like 2 years ago, so she still has her job. I think. And then there's the 2 other kids, which are Tony and Mark. About Mark Williams. Nothing. Her oldest, Tony seems to get the short end of the stick. His 2 listed compliments are that he's the oldest and he's a straight A student. Mark is in baseball. Nationally recognized Little League. Mark Williams, baseball. Little League? Nothing. Okay. So they mentioned New Hampshire for some reason. I want to look for Benton County, New Hampshire. No. New Hampshire, Isabel. What was her name? Isobel? Isabel Crosby. Oh, okay. Okay. I think this is Peter. We have Mark and Tony? Anthony? Anthony Smith? Nothing. Okay. Hmm. Tutoring service. They have a deal with Library. According to the site, they provide tutoring for all the actors and actresses on the show. Included is Cricket York, who is seen in a photo labeled Cricket and her brothers ready to learn from one of the talented tutors. You don't find much else about Educate to You, except that there seems to be a small subsection of Library fans who are deeply unsettled by the company's logo, which would appear after the credits on each episode. One was, I was terrified of the little girl in the Educate to You logo. She looked like some kind of demon doll, and I'd race to the TV every day to switch the dial before her creepy laugh came on. Her? Okay. This is the baseball kid. So. Baseball kid's the youngest. That's Mark. Mark Smith. But he's not a pro athlete. He's just a kid. And we have Tony. Anthony. Smith. But here's the question. Did they take Peter's name? I don't think they did. I think they're still Smith. Cricket was the one that was going to be born with that name. But maybe they did. Also, I think this is a... I don't even know. That is so funny. Okay. We've got to figure out Bess. If we figure out Bess... we can figure out Bess. We can lock those four in. Bess Williams. Wait. Why do I have her as Bess? Frank. Barb. Do I have... her name is Barb. The fuck? Barbara. Barbara! Barb. Barb. Barbara Williams, public speaker. And that's what she still is, right? Unless she's a teacher. But I don't think she is. Professor? Public speaker. What if she's... Mother... Anthony Smith. Mark Smith. Cricket York. Wait. Perfect student. Perfect student. Perfect. I wish they had their names there. Sherry's hair. So that's just Cricket. He's the oldest. He's a straight A student. Mark, baseball accomplishments. Pete. We need to find Pete. Yastrzemski. Nothing. Like, what's Pete's whole deal? What if he was a pro athlete? Wouldn't that have been cool though? I think that would have been so cool. He's not a college kid. Sharon? Andrew Peter. Yeah, what's your deal, Pete? Hey, Peter. Peter. Ah, Peter. Got Stephanie Landon. She's also over here with her baby, and this whole thing is just done. Hey, Peter. What's these little fuckers' deal? What do you have for me? Barb Williams, Greta Jones, Vic Elmsworth, Isabel Crosby, Benton County. There's no Benton County in Florida. I've looked up New Hampshire. Benton County just seems right. Okay. New Jersey. Okay. 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 I've got to get a hit at some point, you know? At some point. The shaky exhale is one of my favorite bits you knew. Thank you, Tasha. Hey, Tasha. I do it for you. Okay. I'm all warm now. Barb, what's your deal? Coconut Grove? Coconut Grove? Barb, I don't get you, actually. And I don't get you either, Joanna. I'll be honest.
But I do get you, Stephanie. You've done nothing wrong.
Like, these four should trigger it, but I don't know what I have wrong here. Like, what's wrong with these kids? What's wrong with all those little guys? Barbara, lock the fuck in. Exactly. I'm just confused. You saw the name Joanna. Did you do the Sweeney Todd Joanna at least once? No. What the fuck? No, I didn't. What's wrong with me? Now here's the question. Barbara Williams, Barb Williams, public speaker, got her. Mark Smith, student, baseball player. Anthony Smith, Tony, student. That's the only thing that he identifies by. Cricket York, Cricket Yatstrimsky. Imagine that was a curveball. Sorry, Cricket. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Okay. Guys, we got the first infidelity down. Oh, fuck. This
Sam
guy.
reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one.
You're welcome.
My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure. But I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune.
You know what? Clark's actually speaking some truth.
Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics.
What does that mean?
It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA.
I just need people to watch Forensic Files.
What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
I need people to start watching Forensic Files, man. There's Cricket. There's Barb. Okay. Getting those pictures out of the way. Who's that? Who's that? Wait, what picture are you from? Oh! Chris doesn't know the woman. That's why. Okay. I want to know why this shit is still 8 evidence. Like, Jazz, soft jazz made me feel super polished. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm gonna go turn my AC down because I'm freezing. And I'm gonna go refill my water. I'm freezing. Can you guys read this email and tell me if there's anything in it we should search? Thanks. I'll be right back. Enjoy the soft jazz. Still very cold. Oh, the AC just turned off. Cool. Popcorn reading? Yeah. Hi, Dr. Excelsius. Hi, Andre! How are you? All right. How's it going? Pretty good. Pretty good. Good to see you too. We're just solving a mystery. We're just filling out a family tree. I've been doing well. Sick, I'm all for it. Miss seeing you around. Hope you've been well. Okay, let's see. This is all the information I have about Regina Clementine, née Salazar. Just big chillin'? Hell yeah. From New Orleans, her husband Stuart Clementine. She wrote me about a month ago. I'll let you lock in. Thank you. Apparently, the Roottrees lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Okay.
It's coming from inside the chat.
Klingbolt, thank you for the 14-month resub. Welcome back. Hope you're having a great one today. Her husband, who was a police officer and never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a Roottree. But he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote to me behind his back. Normally, I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. Stuart's mother was Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s to 50s, a singer who went on tour to a lot of churches. So, we don't know which one he is here. Wait, or do we? Stuart and her husband. Okay, okay. Regina Clementine Salazar. Regina Salazar and her husband Stuart Clementine. They didn't get divorced. Stuart Clementine. I don't know him, but Regina Salazar? To be fair, this could be here too. We're not entirely sure. She wrote it to me behind his back. I know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times. And Regina said that Stuart told her that they always seem to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. She sent me a photo to prove that's who she says she is. I've attached it to the email. And that photo is... where? That's a great question. This one? Yes. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. Okay. So Stuart, we don't know what he does now. Because that was in the past. And then that's Mary Beth Clementine. Mary Beth Clementine. Cool. Should we look up Regina Salazar? Nothing. Regina Clementine. Nothing. Stuart Clementine. Oh, right, he's a police officer. Okay. Police officer. That's true, that's true. And who's the other kid? Chris Rafferty. Stewart. I can't remember who else she adopted. Married twice to Sterling Edison. Adopted 2 children, the second under unusual circumstances. Okay. Mark. Okay. Passed away at 1994. We've looked up New Edison, right? The Old Rugged Cross. New Edison? No. Oh. Did we look up the Old Rugged Cross in Modern Music Monthly? However, it's listed as the artist was Mary Beth Quaker. So her last name is actually Quaker. Okay. Mary Beth Quaker, then. What about in here? Nothing. Okay. Interesting. So who did she marry? She changed her name to something. She married someone, but we don't know who he is. Then we have Clementine, Stuart Clementine, who's married to Regina Salazar, and then this Clementine kid who had more. He also split up. So... Oh, Antonelli's was the one that I wanted to search the last time we played. Antonelli's. We're gonna have to look for it in the periodicals. Butler County Times, maybe? Italian restaurant. It has been in Butler County Times twice. The most recent time was when it closed. The owner, Rochelle Zemmer, sold the land the building was on, and at the time of the article, she was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or if she would retire. Roottrees Mania is so much harder than the main game to me. It truly feels like they locked in for this one. Many years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responded. She and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of the year. Now she has a bun in the oven, and they're back working as much as possible. She's a secretary, but went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. Okay. Christine Garland. And Steve Garland. Steve is chef at Antonelli's. Christine delivers produce from her family's farm. Why did I spell families like that? Christine. They had a kid. She's a secretary. Delivers produce on the weekend. Okay. Who is this? Rochelle Zimmer. Just gonna look it up. Rochelle and her husband Mark Zimmer have a few mentions. Both were local business owners. Rochelle owned Antonelli's, an Italian restaurant, and Mark owned a local bookstore called Bookmarks. Both closed in 1992. Mark was also mentioned when he was sued by Steve Garland. What? Rochelle owns Antonelli's. Mark, formatting. Marks. Steve Garland. Okay. Steve Garland is mentioned in a couple of articles. First was an article about how he met his wife with Christine. The second is from 4 months later, September of 1978, a listing of his weekend cooking classes, Gourmet for the Groovy. The blurb mentions that he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month so that he can keep an eye on his son. The third is from 1991 and is titled Local Author Sued by Former Butler County Resident. It seemed that a local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales on television. His recipe book was partially plagiarized from the recipes that Steve Garland would give his students during cooking lessons before he moved. The article mentions that although recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it. This usually doubled as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. Apparently, these stories were found word for word in Zimmer's cookbook, in addition to additional stories that followed the same format. Mark, you can't do that. Out of print. Re-released as Garnishing the Truth. A recipe book that contains stories. Shut up. Wait. Mark Zimmer. Wait. Steve Garland. The introduction of this book is a series of acknowledgements. The first is, Christine, thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You are the apple of my pie. The second is to James and Robert. You are becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. I guess I'm a good teacher. So they had 2 kids. They had 2 sons, James and Robert, both chefs. The final is to Mark Zimmer. You proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. There was also a foreword by Mark Zimmer. I first met Steve in 1978 when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really. So you might wonder what I'm doing in this introduction. Well, it turns out that Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled at a McCarran's brew house over a game of darts. They said they'd give us the first drink of the night free for an entire year for mentioning them. By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. It's pretty rare to meet your best friends so late in life, so when I decided to retire, I moved to Boston just so we could hang out. So if you're browsing this book in a bookstore, please buy our book. We need more money for when the free beer runs out, and the bookstore could probably use the sale. McCarran's Brewhouse is a pub in Boston. They have a website. On the site, there's a list of famous people who have had a drink there, including former President Kennedy of the United States, not of the Roottrees Company. There's also a few listings of television shows and books that have mentioned McCarran's as well as how they came up. One of them is Garnishing the Truth, which the site has to say about local and regular Stevie G wrote a book about food. We prefer cocktails, but he gave us a shout out and we ain't gonna say no to free press. So grab a bite at his kid's joint, Fry Die, and then swing by to meet him for a drink. Fry Die is a popular restaurant in Boston. They don't have a website, but many locals seem to mention them in various places. One more in-depth review explains that it's not a full restaurant, just a front door and a very small interior with a window. Unusually, the restaurant only serves vegetables, but a lot of reviews say that in spite of that, it's delicious. You also find a short story about it listed on a website called My Boston Homepage. Whoever runs the page seems to just link to random sites related to Boston, tell personal anecdotes related to Boston, and give their relatively short opinions on things in Boston. It's very unorganized. It has this to say about fried eye. Wicked overrated. I saw it in Chef's Signature, so I went and there was a huge line and they didn't have a single meat dish. What's even the point? I believe this would be their... They own a restaurant called Fried Eye? Fried Eye? Is it supposed to be like Friday? Fried Eye? Fried Eye. Okay, cool. I want to go back to... Is it Steve? Fried Eye? Antonelli's? The Zimmers. Bookmarks. Bookmarks has appeared in Butler County Times many times, form of advertisements. Lauren Roottrees did do a book sighting in 1970 at Bookmarks. It's all connecting. But here's the thing. How do I connect Christine and Steve to anything else? Hear me out. Hear me out. Christine. 1978. Christine. She was a secretary, but she also sold farm stuff. She delivered produce. Company records. Christine Farrow. Christine Farrow. Because she married. And then the kids. James and Robert. And they're chefs. Both of them. Right? Yeah, okay. Periodicals. Kitchen Tales. Gourmet for the groovy. Nothing. Fried Eye. They don't have a website. Wicked overrated. Chef's Signature. What is this? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Chef Signature is a magazine. They cover subjects all over. Okay, beautiful. Chef Signature. Fried Eye. Chef Signature covered Fried Eye less than a year ago, right around the time you were doing your initial investigation. Each article tends to focus on a restaurant, and like the magazine's name implies, each restaurant lifts the one main dish that the head chef is known for. Fried Eye Signature is the samosa cone. And we got these two boys sitting down with the Garlands, the No Boys in Boston. Okay. Chef Signature, targeted towards fans of unusual restaurants, featured James and Robert Garland on the cover. The two brothers own a small walk-up window in Boston called Fried Eye, a play on the tie-dye shirts that the servers wear. Most of the offerings are heavily inspired by powerful spices found in Thai and Indian food. Their signature dish is a samosa cone, which from a distance somewhat resembles a traditional ice cream cone, complete with waffle pattern. Instead, it contains fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots, and a special ginger-based sauce. That sounds so good. Robert, who is 3 years younger than James, jokes that although the age difference has left him delegated to wear the sous chef jacket his whole life, he doesn't mind. As a result, James answers most of the interviewers' questions. James credits up his love for food. Robert wears the sous chef jacket because he's younger. Yep. Okay, cool. Where were we? We were here. As a result, James answered most of the interviewers' questions. James credits up his love for food and culinary skills to his upbringing. Most kids hate vegetables, but they didn't have parents like we did. My father was a chef and my mother grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. That's how they met. I don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that since we moved here before I could even talk. But they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He even wrote a book that partially helped fund Fried Eye. When we moved, they were looking to open their own restaurant together. Unfortunately, they never got it off the ground. His line cook ended up being less temporary than he hoped, and she had to get back to working as a secretary even before Robert was born. Before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. In the diner where he worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he'd exercise his skills at home on his days off. We'd always go shopping and cook as a family on those days, and even though we were hyper kids running around and causing a ruckus, those were some of our family's favorite memories since we were all together. Mom always had the eye for the best vegetables for him to work with, and she did her best to pass that on to us. According to the article, their parents, who are now retired, visit Fried Eye often. They even have a signature dessert, the Sistine Apple.
Apple pie has always been my mom's favorite. My dad always had this stupid line he used to make her laugh involving apple pie. Most people realize it's a Sistine Chapel pun and assumed that's all there is to it, but it's actually secretly named after them. Sort of. Cute. Cute if it wasn't the fact that you guys are not your dad's son. You're this guy's son. Literally, guy. So... Where am I looking? What's that? She has a flower on her hand. He's eating something? Chocolate. Okay. Well... Christine Garland. Garland Farm, maybe. Maybe we look up Garland Farm. Or Farrow Farm? Because Christine has a family farm. You're the apple of my pie. Where's garnishing the truth? Oh, we have to go look at it in the library again. Yeah, nothing. Okay. Stevie G. Bye, Mooney. Okay. Okay. It just seems like he was sleeping with so many secretaries. My guy, come on. Do I have to just start looking through the secretaries? Elizabeth Cravenworth. Need to figure out who this one is with her little tattoo. Tattoo. And it's still saying Pico Tree. Is like a heavy Friday. look back at Antonelli's. Oh, we need to look up Antonelli's and the chef's signature. Antonelli Attic, they're a dessert restaurant that served a variety of dishes. Cobweb Cobbler that uses canned leaf floss atop a blackberry pie. The Dust Bowl, which served in a mason jar and was fairly finely crushed cookie atop it. The restaurant doesn't seem related to your search in any way. Great! Great. You said they weren't the married kid. Yeah. So she had him. She was working for Guy as a secretary. Had him. And then went to do her farm stuff, but then they realized that they couldn't do that like viably, so she went back to work for Guy and had the second kid 3 years later. These are locked in, so I know this is where Christina is at. I just don't know what she looks like. And I don't think it's that, so. All right. Still got a lot of Guy Hudson to do, and then there's this, and I'm just a little... 69 streak on Letterboxd? Is that like watching... How many movies do you have to watch in a week for Letterboxd for a streak? God, there's a paintbrush that's my water bottle's trying to sit on. Just one. Oh! I need to try to do that. So you've been watching a new movie every week for over a year, which is quite... That's good. All right, let's go back to Miss Mary Beth. Mrs. Mary Beth. Sterling Edison. Let's look up her husband. Sterling's biggest claim to fame is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison. Edison versus Edsel. We've looked up Old Rugged Cross. We got her new name from that. Edsel is a German last name. Record producer recalled some Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named. Oh! Sterling Edison's name is not actually Sterling Edison. It's Sterling Edsel. Nothing. Company's founder immediately settled to try to get the case to go away, but the damage was done. Okay. So that would be him. Edsel? Oh, Sterling. Edsel. Doesn't help us, but at least he's still here. She divorced him twice, which is crazy. Yeah, Stuart. Do we remember what her other kid's name was? No, not that. I keep forgetting. Because this just says Stuart. Mark. Stuart and Mark. Have I looked up Stuart? Oh, right. Okay. Mark. Oh! Crocodile Clementine is listed on a website called the Infamy List. It's a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. What do you mean? Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list come from there, or Australia. Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He has a pretty big entry, seems like a real piece of work. It's a very small note about him being Basket Baby of 1950, but almost everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for a regional airline after he tried to board the wrong airline's plane. He was drunk. He was charged with trespassing and assault. 1982, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian and Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. He was actually quite successful for the first 4 years, but was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile. Apparently, the Portland Telegraph is credited as having given him the nickname. His mugshot from this incident has been added to your photos. In 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. Famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. This incident received national press. Okay, so we have the Portland Telegraph now. Billy Sims is the principal of Sandstone Canyon High School, who had his 15 minutes of fame when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine at a graduation ceremony. Pretty much every news organizations from trustworthy to tabloids seem to have their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention. It was Billy Sims' matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterwards, as heard in a now famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony. Succulent Chinese meal! Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "All right, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated it and performed a maneuver that spectators describe as a wrestling move mixed with a backwards somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. As security arrived, the recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" And Sims' response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." Okay. Scoot. It's in San Diego. Crocodile Clementine. Yeah. Periodicals. Portland Telegraph. Mark Clementine. He was flying weekly between Los Angeles, Juarez, and Vancouver. His flights were very low, literally under the radar. He was only caught because he was bit by a crocodile on the leg and had to call in Mayday because he was losing blood. Hey, so what? Hey, so what? He tried to tell them he was a crop duster who somehow cut his leg on a loose piece of metal in the cockpit. But his story seemed very odd, and controllers quickly alerted the police without informing him. When he landed, they were waiting and he was promptly arrested. He got married? To who? I mean, they both had to have gotten married. Oh my god. We might have to switch them. No, we can't, because Stuart's complete. Oh my god. He got married and he had kids? I don't know his spouse's name. I don't know why I'm even there. Criminal. Bank robber. What was he? Inmate. The only thing I know is that he was a pilot. Jesus. Smuggler. Damn. We're gonna have to leave him as pilot. Hope for the best. What do you mean? They also said it made national news. Sim's wife Carla, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline. She worked for an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. He was charged with the assault of a fellow pilot in 1975 and lost his job. They divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter, and she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the Webb name so that nobody would connect them to her ex-husband. Colleen Webb. Good gravy. Oh my god, I always do this. I go last name first. Okay. So they have 2 kids and then and they're both daughters. But she lives in San Diego. Do we have like a San Diego? I don't know. Slightly longer. Croc Watch. Our good friend Croc Clementine was actually in attendance at the high school graduation because his daughter was walking the stage. He was apparently not allowed to attend. His ex-wife had a restraining order filed on behalf of his daughter, but did so anyways. It's unknown to the school staff at the time who he was, but a security guard recognized him, and that's when the trouble started. Okay. Clementine was approaching the side of the stage to try to avoid the guard. And the exchange between him and Sim took place. What will Croc get up to next? Stay tuned for Croc Watch. There are no more instances of Croc Watch? Yeah, which name will it be under is the question, because like Webb,
Trace the recent.
but
It's coming from
Clementine.
inside the chat.
Where else can we get stuff on this? Because this was like national news, so it probably went to other places. Butler County Times. I don't think we're gonna get anything here. This is a tabloid, so we might be able to get something from this. Piketty magazine is kind of sleazy, so they're not afraid to publish a few details. Seems they did report on it. Oh, was once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that was found to be testing their products on animals. Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid for by Tostarito Jacobson. Piketty interviewed other students that were at the event to find out if anyone knew anything. And the word going around was that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating that night. So, Mary Clementine? He named his daughter, he kept the whole skip a generation type thing going. So Mary Clementine, I'm gonna look up Mark Clementine. Okay, same thing. Mary Clementine. Interesting. Nothing. Who's this guy? Fuego's Fiesta, a regional Mexican fast food chain, held a competition that offered free meals for life for anyone that legally changed their name to Tostarito. Tostarito was a burger. According to a few sources, Tostarito Jacobson used to be named Lucinda. Lucinda Jacobson. Fuego's Fiesta. Hold. Interesting. Lucinda. Why did Lucinda Jacobson pay his bail? Yes, he has mugshot. Oh yeah, he's handsome. Yeah, of course. Lucinda, who are you? Who are you, Lucinda? Sounds like a messy new girlfriend. It really does. Lucinda Jacobson. Hey. Okay. We should probably write those Dorito Jacobson down. Highlight that one, just so we can go back to it. We've got Mary Clementine that we can start looking up. But she goes by Mary Webb. Mary Webb in San Diego has a website called Webb on the Web. Apparently it's a personal travel diary that also doubles as an advertisement for her travel agency. So she's a travel agent. There are descriptions of Mary's services, including booking flights and cruises. Almost all of them involve extremely niche audiences. It seems Mary is a #1 agent when it comes to booking spiritual vacations aboard ghost ships and in specific hotel rooms that are said to be haunted. She also has a dedicated section for more traditional modern cruises that cater to specific groups such as fans of boy bands. In the diary entry, she talks about the trips she's personally taken and using that as an opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities and excursions that the ship offers, even when you're on them to see a specific band or ghost. There are pictures of ships, hotels, landmarks, and places she's visited, as well as a picture of Mary herself with a ship in the background. One of her diary entries actually mentions the day that the photos were taken. She was allowed onto the ship on a port day in San Diego with a professional photographer she knows. A photo of Mary has been added to your evidence. Okay. Okay, Mary. What are you doing? Corporate composition photography. Wait a minute. Corporate composition photography. Photography studio that is listed on on a few different sites of businesses in San Diego. It seems to have been possible to hire them to take professional quality photos for businesses of all sorts. It appears as though they no longer exist. The company is also mentioned on a photography site with some IRC chat logs. It seems like the site is the personal page of a member of an IRC photography channel. They have archives of logs. They have archives of logs that have been saving since 1993. Oh. One of them was from 1996, when Val, the former head photographer from Corporate Composition Photography, did a Q&A with the users about taking photos for promotional materials and print ads. Most of the questions and answers are pretty technical, though not only seem irrelevant, but generally go over your head. One of the questions, however, mentions that Val was on the cover of Telephoto and asks about Iraq. The question was quickly shut down by the person running the Q&A, who said Val does not wish to answer any questions about his photojournalism days, nor does he want to talk about LPB. Let's keep this subject on photography light. Well, what the hell is LPB? Lebanese pound, lower back pain, lead-based pain, Louisiana border pharmacy, Long Beach Peninsula. Luxury bridal photography, Lexington business payroll, Lincoln baby photography. Could it be this? No. Lower back pain. Lower back pain is a pretty serious problem. When you're sitting in front of a computer for hours doing genealogy research, it's recommended you try to sit with good posture. Standing up and stretching once in a while could be useful. Stop. Low blood pressure. Nothing. Long Beach Peninsula. Nothing. Lynch Building Plastics. Luxury bridal photography. It seems to be located in Ireland. Its owner is named Nicholas. He goes by Nick Luxury. It's likely unrelated to what you're doing. Okay. Lexington business payroll. No. Lincoln baby photography. Seems like a solid lead, as it mentions a Val, an award-winning photographer. It's a business in Beacon, New York, and on the site it has a picture of a baby and a camera caption with Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father, Val. At the bottom, the website says copyright 1998-1999. Cam Lincoln. Val Lincoln. I think she married Val. Who is just a baby, by the way. We still need one more to, like, lock in this whole line. What could this baby's name be? Oh! Telephoto. Which is... Okay. Val Lincoln. Yeah! Val's not a... Wait! Clementine! Val got to start in high school when he took photography class. Quickly found he had a knack for it. After graduating, he tried to pivot, but he didn't have a passion for it. He got lucky Most people call it lucky when I got to an active war zone with no pay, but he brought my paying tickets. Oh, he got a photography mentor. Pulled some strings so he could rush my passport. For someone that had never had a real job or even left California, it was a hell of a break. Lisa Clementine, who lost an arm. It's a hell of a break. I was only 19 at the time and shot a photo that won him the award for the third night he was there. Photo depicts Lisa Clementine, who lost an arm in Operation Desert Saber. According to the article, women were not subject to direct combat and Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over when the road ahead was partially destroyed and she and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. I ran into Lisa just after her surgery and took this picture. Then, until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more photos of her. I guess it was fate, because that's the picture that won me an award, got me in a magazine, and also led to my engagement. Just earlier this week, she agreed to be Miss Lincoln. So this is not Mary. This is Lisa. Mary. And this is Mary. Who is a travel agent. Military. Mary Clementine. Right? Something here is wrong. Do we know if his full name is Valerie? Val Lincoln. I don't. Lisa Clementine. Yeah. Nothing. Lisa Webb? Nothing. Where is it? Lincoln baby photography. LBP? Photography and photographers. Okay. Chris Rafferty. Nothing. All right. Val Lincoln's War on War. It doesn't matter if she changed her name when she got married. This is her, this would be like the legal name that she was like, it's like how Colleen Webb keeps Colleen Webb when she marries Mark. Yeah. I need to get a photo of Sterling. The hi-hat is doing something to me. I love it. I love it, actually. Okay, so because that picture was like now, right? Copyright. Yeah. That is a baby child. So like so like so like she runs a support group for veterans. Oh my god, so she doesn't do just military. She makes another appearance listed as professor. Oh my god, she's a professor! Crossing our fingers. So what I'm seeing is that Google recognized it, but the family tree doesn't. Oh, here he comes again.
Hey there, it's us. So I just have to say, the work you're doing here is fantastic.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm eating my Pop-Tart.
So fantastic, in fact.
Sorry, my bad, eating my Pop-Tart.
There goes Clark. Always the bad cop. Go ahead.
Well, our law firm, Ruby Legal Enterprises, is having trouble keeping up.
Well, that's their problem.
They're actually begging us to stop submitting new Roottrees. They said it's getting difficult to verify your progress.
Well, consider that a good thing. I told Clark you'd get results.
She says that like I didn't believe her.
Okay.
Regardless, the bad news is it's going to take 5 potential tree additions before anyone locks in from now on. Good luck.
I literally have a phone without a 0 key, so why can't you call
And
me?
keep up the good work.
All right. First 2 infidelities have been taken care of. I need to find a photo of Sterling, but whatever. Like, what if? Alright, so the only thing we have left is fucking Guy Hudson's bullshit. Like, good lord. Good lord. I love Pop-Tarts. Sorry, I'm taking a Pop-Tart break. Messy, messy guy. I'm genuinely considering borrowing a friend's Costco card. Just so I can get Pop-Tarts in bulk. I don't even care if they're bad for me. They're my, like, hyperfixation right now, okay? They're my safe food. Okay? They're my safe food. No, not identity theft. I would just be there with them. Does Costco even care? Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Love it. All right. Let's figure out Joanna. So we got 5 piece. And that's his mom. Mother Joanna was Zach Gordon's secretary. Then secretary. Parents divorced when he was 4. Because his father, Riley, learned of the affair. They moved to, ooh, Portland. So nothing there. Oh, right! She died of a drug overdose. Working at a video rental store, and she stole cash from the register. So, she's not a secretary. She's a cashier.
For the Pop-Tarts Fund.
Alejo, thank you so much for the videos. Hell yeah. Alrighty, cool. A quarter of Pop-Tart. Mm-hmm. I'm specifically obsessed with the blueberry Pop-Tarts. Like those are just, oh, they just hit. All right. I'm pretty locked in here. We need to find her picture. There's strawberry and cinnamon. They only have strawberry and brown cinnamon. What's the point? What's the point, Costco? That's so fucked up. That's genuinely so fucked up. Like they have gushers. Sorry. I'm like stuck on the Costco site now. Don't worry about it. Okay. I'm pulling myself away. The other bulk warehouse? What are you talking about? Sam's Club? Yeah, Sam's Club. That's a bulk store? That's the name of it? Sure. We don't have a photo of Christine, so we're just gonna move on. The funny part is I really don't know where this goes at all. BJ's Wholesale? BJ's Wholesale. They're selling. You're telling me they're selling. Sorry. let's get into it. We didn't even need this page. Guy Hugson's big day out. So like Barb. Should I just delete these since we've confirmed them? I finished Mary Beth. Yeah. Mary Beth, you're good. Christine and Steve Garland are these guys. Rochelle and Mark Zimmer are related to that. Tostarito Jacobson? Girl, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know where Tostarito comes in with you, but sure. Riley Fellows, which was his and she, and they're good. I'm pretty okay with that. We've got 5 P's. Anonymom turned out to not be anything. Okay. Guy Hudson. The political stuff we haven't really looked into too much. Sam Club had Blueberry? Sam Club had Blueberry. Hold on, Sam Club had Blueberry. Moving. Sam Club had Blueberry. And it's in a 48 pack. So like Sam Club had Blueberry. Sam Club had Blueberry. And that's all I'll say about that. That's all I can say. Sam Club had Blueberry. Okay, so private parties, unfaithful, single young women, Edson Soares. Edson? source? Yes. It seems up until 1988, Brazil was run by a military. Former mayor of Alvalagos, Brazil. Teleraid. His wife was discreetly put in charge. Teleraid. Did we get like a periodical for that or no? We have telephoto. Okay. Sam said he had a blueberry plant, but no blueberry yet. Sam had blueberry? Hold on, Sam had blueberry. Something in my eye. Okay. Why do we still have something here? Boys, you are done. So we have a factory in Brazil. One of the companies created to manufacture and distribute. Only region in which caviar were a hit. Primary reason the factory still exists to this day is solely to create that flavor. Small town named Avalagos became the location chosen by Roottrees Candy Company after the newly elected local politician heard they were planning a new factory and petitioned them in early 1979. Okay. Factory was controversial as locals did not want it. Roottrees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to get the ground on the project. Since then, it's been operating smoothly. Okay. Factory was originally built and run by a small company called Nova Corporação de Doces Brazil. New Brazil Candy Corporation. Nothing. But what about this part? Brazil. Roottrees Brazil. It's developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere. This is the same page we're on. Roottrees Everywhere initiative, though. Coincided with some of the other large changes and had mixed success. As far as you can tell, the different companies related to it were all formed in very different, sometimes haphazard ways. There's minimal organized information about the history of the expansion itself online, but you can glean the following. Roottrees candy had been distributed globally to certain markets approved by Elias as the 1940s. This, as early as the 1940s, this included places like Canada and Mexico, and select countries in Europe, mostly the UK. Roottrees Everywhere involved Roottrees expansion to the other markets that were assessed to be ready to Roottrees. This started with 4 that it had no share in: Australia, Brazil, China, and France. So now there's 4 that we could look up. Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice, was tapped to run the Roottrees factory after he impressed the American leadership. Roottrees also did have some success, but only in certain regions. The manufacturing leg, after the death of Martin, shuttered in 1992. And now it's just an importer and distributor. Okay. China Roottrees. Developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative in the summer of 1979, during the late 70s, China began to go through a period of economic reform. This led to new opportunities for American companies, and the Roottrees Candy Company decided to pounce. Lang Hongbo, who was said to personally win over the Roottrees family and was the owner of multiple textile factories, did not wish to import the ingredients and build a special factory to manufacture the candy in China. So instead, he made a deal to import bulk, unpackage Roottrees candy, and label it for not only China, but additional markets. Hongbo, who was already in his mid-50s when the deal happened, only had daughters, and his brother Lang Hongyu took control upon his death. After Hongyu died, it was passed to the oldest child from the next generation, Lang Xinyu. We have a lot to look up here. We're gonna go to research, and we're gonna highlight these. And go back and do Roottrees France. It was developed as part of the Everywhere Initiative in summer 1979. It was a non-starter. Negotiation broke down, and the leader went through a very large change soon after. We have a Tristan Robert to look up. And then over here we have like a Chris or Charles Martin. I almost said Chris Martin. Cool. I did find a 64 pack for only $20 of only blueberry. Ooh. All right. Let's start from the bottom up. We're going to look for Charles Martin. Martin's licorice bullets. Most of his history is unrelated to the Roottrees. However, he helped develop Roottrees Australia. He used his own wealth to build a new factory, and they distributed the maple treats through the same methods he had already been using for his previous candy venture. A website about Australian commerce mentions that he had a very unusual business agreement. Much like the Clancy Trust distributed the profits from the Roottrees company evenly to the Roottrees family, the profits of the Roottrees Australia would be split 50-50 between American and Martin himself, for him to do with what he wishes. This made Martin very, very wealthy, but also led to many cost-cutting measures meant to increase profits as much as possible, especially towards the end of Martin's life in the early 1990s. Roottrees candy gained a poor reputation in Australia and sales suffered immensely. His vast fortune was passed along to his daughter, Robin Martin, who sold both businesses at first opportunity. Top 100 wealthiest women in the world, she owns a private island off the coast of Australia where she reportedly has her own exclusive retreat. Girl? This is about a candy company family, yeah. She has no husband, and there was a widely circulated rumor that she had a medical procedure to ensure she would never have children. You find a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's quite promiscuous and has a punchline involving Robin's eggs. For what it's worth, Martin seemed to lean into the rumors. In the 80s, she once showed up to a charity function with 3 very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that simply said "Satisfied Partner" on it. I love her. I love her. She's wonderful. She can't have kids. I love her. Okay. Kind of a dead end there. So, Charles Martin, thank you. What about Tristan Robert? This businessman who at one time was in negotiations to take over Roottrees France. He is still alive, and you come across an interview unrelated to Roottrees from a few months ago. It seems that other countries have not been immune to Roottrees mania, as you recognize the word Roottrees in one of the questions. It seems the interviewer snuck in a question about his experience with the company at the end of the 70s. The article's in French and takes some time to translate section by section. He mentioned Guy by first name only, and the tale he tells is quite ugly. Uh-oh. The translation is as follows. Guy, the president of Roottrees, was one of the worst men I have ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. He then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no, and I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. They lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he was also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, it felt like the universe was working out. I wasn't surprised to learn he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. It seems mentioning Pokemon sidetracks the question quite a bit, and the interview never returns to the subject of Roottrees. I love that Pokemon literally got name dropped. Oh, Tristan Robert's the guy. So that's another dead end. because his wife did not do that. Let's look up Lang Hongbo. Lang Thai Textile Corporation. I'm gonna quickly look this up before we continue. Okay, cool. The company seems very accomplished. Their site has quotes from many different reporters and news articles on it in nearly every language. It also mentioned quite often on websites about Chinese businesses, but those mentions are company focused and not people focused. This page contains a very rudimentary leadership timeline that names that prove that the company has been in the Lang family for a long time. Kind of looks like a family tree. Goes back at least 250 years in some form or the other. During the period where they began the Roottrees deal, Lang Hongbo was the CEO. He died before the internet was widespread, so there's not much out there other than his name on this website. His younger brother, Lang Hongyu, is featured on the history section directly following him. This seems to be the only mention of the man. The current CEO is a woman, listed as simply Shen Yu. Site doesn't list her last name, though she does appear in the family tree below Hongbo. Lang Thai has few American logos on his page. One is the Roottrees logo, another is Tranquilts, the third is Piece of Asia. It seems Tranquilts is a play on tranquil and quilts. The name is ironic considering they're the loudest quilts you've ever seen. The main quilt featured on the website is a flaming unicorn soaring through space with peace symbols on it. They import cloth. Okay, what about Piece of Asia? Piece of Asia is an American arm of Lang Thai located in Pittsburgh. According to their site, the Thai in Lang Thai translates to peaceful, so they chose their name in America to match. There are a lot of other companies listed here, too many to investigate. A few of them seem to have any relevance. The business is assumed to be owned by husband and wife, Jerry and Linda Han. Their Chinese names are listed too, and from using an online translator, it seems that Jerry is Han Junwei, and Linda is Lang Xinyang. Highlight that. Okay. Goodness gracious. Xinyu, Lang Xinyu. Yeah. This is probably going to pull up the same thing. Lang Xinyu, in China, the first name comes first, is a businesswoman. She was recently listed in an article on a website written by and for women called Empowered. Is about a recent rise of women entrepreneurs in China. Anthony, thank you so much for the 89-month resub. Welcome back. Hope you're having a wonderful one. The article states that due to her lack of brothers, Lang Xinyu took over as CEO of her family's company in 1992 after her elderly uncle seemed unfit to run the company due to mental deterioration. This was apparently an extremely controversial move amongst the company's employees, and some of them quit, wrote a letter stating she must have coerced him in his vulnerable state. Since then, the company has been performing well. Her nephew, who is currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. In the meantime, the board's stance has been a twist on a popular proverb. Someone that has proven they can do something well can do it 100 times well. An unproven leader could doom us all. The article also offhandedly mentions that Xinyu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. Xinyu! You might be the next one! There's an unsourced picture of Xinyu in the article. It says it's from 1992 when she took over. She was 45 at the time. Lang Xinyu. She runs a business. Okay. Is she our next one? I think she is. Wait. Yes. Lang Xinyu. She is a CEO herself. She has a kid. Interesting. So very interesting. Hi, Anthony. Collectible pocket monsters, but then they said Pokemon, which is crazy. Okay, so big company. She runs a big textile company, so I wonder if we could look this up in the periodicals. Like Business Watch. Nothing. News time? Piketty. Can you imagine? Okay. What about Longxinyu? Searching for Longxinyu separately brings up a few, much fewer results than Long Tai. Longxinyu was even featured in Business Watch in 1992. She missed out on Watchman of the Year, but did have a pretty sizable article that mentioned some of her history. She was born in 1947, the first of 2 children. Her mother was already in her 30s when she had her and had trouble conceiving a second time. This was Xianyu's sister. It became clear the father was not going to have a son. This is how Xianyu became involved. Father stayed the president for a very long time, and his daughters grew up. He began training them in hopes that one of them would have a son who could take over. One helped him in China and the other in the USA. Neither were given any official titles. When he died, due to social dynamics, the business passed to his male sibling, a younger brother. Many in the know knew that this could be a problem. His brother was not a businessman and was not much younger than his brother. During this time, Xianyu essentially ran the company as her uncle's consultant. He began having problems with dementia, and Xianyu, who had already been running things behind the scenes, performed somewhat of power play. She stopped working until the results of her absence began to cause problems. Only then did they admit they needed her. So if her sister runs the American, she runs the China one, and the sister runs the American one, I think her sister is Linda Han, who is Lang Jinyao. Lang Jinyao. Yeah. Linda Han. Jerry, Linda, and Mark Han. Mark? Recently appeared on a website called Focus on Philanthropy under the headline Hangin' with the Hans. Hans were chosen because they donate significantly to causes that further Chinese American culture. Jerry and Linda were both born in China and fell in love during college. Linda's father led a large company. After it expanded to the US, Linda's father approved their marriage so long as Jerry took over the US portion of the business. Linda jokes the entire situation is like something out of a Alanis Morissette song with how ironic it all ended up. I was absolutely terrified to move to the United States, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall and was obsessed with Robert Redford. But somehow Jerry and I were the ones sent here, and now we couldn't imagine possibly going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and has thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting the US anymore. Our kids are complete opposites, though. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with my sister. Our niece, who grew up there, was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school and flew out as soon as she graduated. The name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco.
Oh no. So
she had her own kid, but she also IVF'd a kid for her sister. Like, I'm wondering if this is Mark. But we don't have a picture, that's the thing. The article details a new medical industry. In vitro fertilization was brand new. After the first IVF birth, it seemed the industry began to grow, and a featured article about different companies all over the world and the cost that they could charge for their services was in Business Watch. Apparently at the time, the CEO of Langtai was Lang Hongbo, and his younger daughter and her husband could not have children. So in an attempt to create a suitable heir, he paid Genes to have their child implanted in his older daughter, who was unmarried. The cost was just over $100,000. Who the fuck is Genes? Was a medical company with operations in both US and China. They made international news after a whistleblower came forward. Apparently their services were in some case falsified. While they did often perform IVF, the whistleblower proved that a few of their customers paid for a very different service, an alibi. The company would claim they performed IVF on someone who was already pregnant to create a cover story for high-profile families who did not want to give up the child but did not want the shame of an unmarried mother. The whistleblower claimed that they had to do this at least 6 times and only provided one proof of case. The daughter of an American politician who was unrelated to your investigation. Sorry? Genes shut down after both founders were repeatedly fled to Lebanon, where there is no extradition to either China or the US. The whistleblower provided... They fly their clients to America where they would stay for an extended period of time, then return to China with the news of a successful IVF pregnancy. At the time of the article, it was still an ongoing investigation, but BusinessWise speculated that they couldn't imagine a world in which the company would be allowed to continue operations without facing serious legal or financial conflict or consequences. Okay. So we have Mark Hahn, who's possibly... Interesting, because, like... We know Jinyu did IVF for her sister and Jerry. And then... also did IVF for herself with her kid. Lucy Ling is mentioned on a robotics website as part of the Team Talonclaw. Team Talonclaw is only one of 2 teams on a new robot-based show in the UK. Part of a small a cappella women's group in Los Angeles called the Gin and Tonics. Third Lucy Ling works in New York for a business called Corporate Synergic Solutions Unlimited. Lead Synergy Engineer. One of the top facilitators in the world. Yeah, okay. There don't seem to be much else about her other than the name. She performs a soloist on a song called Like the Wind. Boca. Performing a cover of a popular boy band song. Gin and Tonics is it's pretty good. Text only, find link to the university students section. The club is supposed to meet every Tuesday and Thursday, but the last 8 dates have all been canceled because a few members of the team are currently in the UK filming. Another date was canceled for interview with the school's newspaper. At the bottom, the traveling member, Mid-Eastern. Midway between Maine and Miami. This is what I was looking for. I want the periodical, if they did an interview. Supporting members Lucy Lane and Kurt Hauser. Nothing for Kurt Hauser. What about Jaya Patel, the captain? Nothing for Jaya Patel. So then we go back to Mid-Eastern University. Their legal and language departments are their pride and joy. They're called Little Ivy. And then they have the Hedera, and Herald. Hedera. Okay. So we go to the Hedera and we search for the Talon-Claw. Hedera has a story about the school's robotic team, Team Talon-Claw. It lists 3 student members and talks a bit about each their history. Lucy Lang. She grew up in China as Min Lang, came to the US to attend university. She says she grew up around factory-scale machines that assembled products that would be shipped all over the world. She has become obsessed with smaller, more powerful hydraulics, such as the mechanism that closed Talon-Claw's weapon. In addition to robotics, she loves linguistics. One of her hobbies since coming to the States has been collecting accents. In her spare time, she practices not only removing any trace for native inflection, but also switching between multiple different regional accents. She feels her personal best is her Southern Belle, but her favorite is the Valley Girl due to its use in pop culture. Girl, what was your name? Min Lang? Min Lang. Lang? Oh, sorry. Min. And then Lang. College student. Okay. There she is. And we can't confirm this until we get a picture of Christine or these two. Something in these two done. Cool, cool, cool. We got Min Lang done. Periodical? Yeah. All right. We need to figure out what's going on in these last two. This guy's insane. Fucking Guy Hudson, dude. How's he pulling all these beautiful women? Mr. Worldwide, literally now. He's insane. He's crazy. Look, causes another divorce. She's also to blame here. I'm not putting the blame on fully one party. Cheating is a two-blame street. This one's just sad because it seems like she very much hates America because of Guy Hudson. She doesn't want to visit ever because of this fucker. Anyway. Got this one and we've got this one. So these are going to be near the 80s since the infidelities go until 1982. We have got to find our next... Oh, we can get all of these out of here. Guy Hudson. So... This is still also not right. How have we not gotten the Miracle Root Tree one yet? I might have changed it before we got the rest of these. I think I changed it before I got these locked in. Okay. Or, yeah. We'll see next time they lock things in. I need to figure out her picture. We also have 2 more Guy Hudson pics that we need to come across, which is gonna be crazy. All right. Oh, the reminders. Chris Rafferty, Ron and Robbie. We have the company records. Grandorf Dove donation? The what? Grandorf School of the Deaf is located about an hour from where the Roottrees offices used to be. Last name of the founder, and Dove is the Danish word for deaf. 1990, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government official these days. Staff is listed on the website. You can scan through all of the biographies to find that the principal, Miss Ford, is fluent in 5 languages. She's been working for the school for over 15 years. Miss Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf.
Hudson Wing was an expansion to Grandorf Dove. It's a separate, much smaller building half a block from the main campus.
According to the history site, they got their name after the president of the Roottrees generously donated $250,000 towards the construction of the building.
The Hudson Wing! I just put that together.
There's also a very vague history section that you can somewhat fill in the details. It mentions the donation came at the insistence of an employee of Roottrees at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from her main school to surprise her future husband, who is deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people, she convinced Roottrees management to invest in the school. Hudson Wing opened, she became the first teacher at the Newton campus. So, one of his new women, I think, is gonna be a teacher. Okay. Happened in 1981. Susan Ford, interpreter. It only existed for a year. Susan Ford. I don't even know if she goes here. What would it be? Teacher? Professor? Professor. Would she have had 2? Would she have had 1? There's 2 divorces that happen here. I feel like Guy would correct people and say his name is pronounced Guy. Yeah. Hey, I'm Guy, actually. And then there's this. Rendering this magazine useless unless you want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. I mean, I really do. I really do. Toy, no. Basilbub. Basil Bub. Foreign Gospel. Portrait of a Changed Man. Nothing. Nothing. The Big Sass Seabass issue was pulled from shelves. Sisley Sanchez. Okay. We need a full version of this. Netscape makes me giggle. Netscape. I like this little icon too. Make it subject to some conspiracies. Conspiracy theories? Theories? Nothing. But why would I be searching that in the magazine? Conspiracies. Conspiracy theory? Thomas Overwood, our boy! 8 months later, the page still exists and is thriving. The visitor count has reached 7 digits. Good on him. Many older articles have been replaced. Statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who have died in a family, the odds are that one of them faked their death. It's just math. No. This newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with a post mentioning that he's begun believing the guy's not dead theory. No. In his own words, my eyes have been open. All of this is beginning to make too much sense. One of his posts details the belief that Ron Roottrees is still in charge. Quinn Roottrees' death was faked, and that Clark is only there to throw people off. Apparently, this allowed Ron to travel to France to develop their new candy recipe in secret. Another is about the rapper 5-Piece. He can't possibly be a Roottree. One of his first album songs, when he was performing under the devil name, actually mentioned that he wanted to have sex with Raina. Not even Sam Madsen is spared. The author of 6 Pieces isn't real. Sam Madsen is an anagram for Am Madness. They're purposely leaving hints for us. He claims that by using 6 pieces with Lauren Rootree's book as a one-time pad, he has begun to decrypt a cipher. Most of the cipher seem meaningless, but he picked out the words people and vastness and is working to figure out what it means. There's also a request at the bottom. Next year is a leap year, and Overwood is looking for funds to catch the Roottrees red-handed in Operation RT-29. He specifically mentions not to volunteer if you've ever drunk Spirit Cola, but doesn't go into why. But he doesn't go into why. Guy's Not Dead conspiracy stems from a website that focuses on clues that the Roottrees have supposedly hid all over the place. This includes on candy wrappers, print advertisements, television commercials, jingles. The story, according to the website, is that Guy Hudson was a terrible president of the Roottree Company and introduced multiple failed products. Something needs to be done that would put the company immediately and instantly back in the favor of consumers. So they killed off Guy Hudson and replaced him with a new president. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. This move immediately garnered sympathy, and the company recovered the next year more popular than ever. The next president stayed much further out of the limelight, and some people even theorized that he was simply Guy Hudson in an elaborate disguise, which is why he stopped appearing in public. People who ran the site are asking for help. They're certain that there's a clue to all of this and that accidentally leaked in a banned article from the magazine Piketty. On their page is a scan of the magazine's cover, the interview with Cicely Sanchez about Guy Hudson, and some photos. Oh my god. This is an interview with I can never figure out how to spell or how to say this. Cicely Sanchez? You claim to have been paid a significant amount significant amount to write a book about one of the Roottrees, Guy Hudson. He was president for a short period at the end of the 1970s, right? Yeah, I met him on New Year's Eve, actually, the last night of 1978. Guy liked to throw big parties. I was just coming off of Changed Man and looking for my next project. Hold on. Frank. Thought I had something. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party and they cornered me to talk about a book. That was the first time anyone recognized me for my work. I had finally made it. The book they asked me to write sounded great, but then none of the stuff that made them interesting was allowed to stay. Chop chop, snip snip, anything with even the slightest threat to Guy's image ended up gonzo. What was the stuff that made him interesting? At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I think I could boil him down to two traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Rootree. And second, he'd never be satisfied living the life needed to be seen that way. He had his fortune and good looks, and he really liked to exploit that to pick up women. But he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover it up. That was the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers, I guess. Mr. Rogers, really? Maybe. That's not the best metaphor, but Elias Rootree was boring as all hell and all about family. Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. After I submitted my first draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Rootree Legacy, with Elias on the cover. Last time he and I met, he even had switched out of his orange suits for the same green ones Elias wore. And remember fancy flavors? Guy knew that part of Elias's legacy was the 5-piece flavors, so that's what Guy tried to do. Caviar was a disaster here, but it actually was somewhat popular in Brazil for whatever reason. In Christmas, he went to Brazil to open the Rootree Brazil factory. Guy was always hopping around the world trying to recreate that success. So how come the book never came out? It's complicated. I had an out in my contract. Surprisingly, Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anyone in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time, but Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. He was the president, right? Do you know why he never released it himself? If I had to guess, his family very wisely put a stop to it. Mid-1981, months after I'd already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. Do you know how expensive it is to publish one copy of a book? It had my name on it, big, bossy, shiny embossed letters. Like all problems in his life, throwing money at me was an attempt to win me back, but it had half the page count and the narrative was torn to bits. No thanks. The dinner was good, imported steak that likely cost as much as a month of my mortgage. We all got pretty drunk. He sent his mistress, Susie, something into the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl. I remembered her from our trip overseas. She was too good for him. Anyway, he died soon after, and that was the last that ever came up. What can you tell us about the family? Any insight into the scandals from the recent book by Sam Madsen? I actually haven't read it. I just skimmed the sections on Guy to see why people were suddenly calling me up to ask about the man. I'd say she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumors, whereas I spent time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join him when dealing with Rootree Brazil, but I actually had people on him when we went to Australia, France, and China too. When he met with someone, I'd figure out who they were and how they were involved. Doubly so if the meeting happened when he didn't want me to be around. Despite his best efforts, I never got the whole truth. Oh, despite his best efforts, I got the whole truth. Including things even his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin. He and she definitely spent a few nights together that he didn't want his family to know about, but I did. Madsen got things wrong. Sam mentions Guy's affair and treats them like most people would logically think to treat them. Like the infidelity was a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't to talk, if you get my meaning. On paper and in public, it was a marriage like any other. But in reality, it was more of a mutually beneficial arrangement. They both got what they wanted out of it, the same thing. Patricia? Patricia's a lesbian! Ah! What was that? I'm assuming I only have to spell it out so you can get it in writing for your readers. Women. Patricia enjoyed the company of women, and the swinger scene made that more accessible. I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. Found out later if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Guy, on the other hand, was seen in a traditional marriage and at the same time could bed any woman who found him charming. I can assure you that was exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. So she's saying there's a Susie, Mistress Susie, in 1981. Susie. And then he died pretty quick after? Yeah, so this is the last affair, Susie. We have Guy, and there's Cicely Sanchez. Uh-oh. Hey, it's Zach! And then we have a woman. This must be when they were swapping presidencies. There's Zach. But that happened earlier because he was president by this time. So if that's Yep. Booyah. So that was Sterling. That was Sterling's picture, and that was... I thought Miracle was the one there, but that was Sterling. Okay, cool. We've got half the affairs confirmed. We only need these last 2 affairs done. There he is, and there he is. Do we think that Sisley is one of the women? Wait, who's Susan Ford again? Susie! Susie! That was his last mistress. You know? Oh, brother. Yep. Okay. Susie. Susan Ford. She's a professor now. Okay. All right. Uh-huh. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Okay. So what we still have, we have Susie as the last affair. And we have the Brazil guy. Because he still had stuff on Edson. Like he was able to bribe the politician into making a Brazil factory. So I think there's something still there with the Edson Soares stuff. And it would make sense because, where's that picture? They look Brazilian. And he's really going after that guy's wife. I don't know who that is. Okay. The last time we looked up Edson. Edson Soares. Swapping presidencies. Yeah. Defeated after the first election. So, like, he only had one election here. So rip to this man. Roottrees, Brazil. Edson Soares was planning a new thing. Factory was controversial. Factory was built and run. The first was a... Visited Brazil around Christmas. Hold. The second was an unsuccessful strike, and all the factory workers were replaced. That was 1982. Edson Soares. Right. Alvalagos. The Maple Fire. Burning plastic and maple syrup. The mayor was found to be receiving a cut of the factory's profits. Alvalagos. Right. Right. They get a Brazilian to work in this game? Brazil Candy Corporation. Nothing. Nova. Same thing we're on right now. Jeremy Johnston. That's the guy that made this game. Okay. Cool. Trying to see where I was at when we were looking all this stuff up earlier. If there's anything I missed. I don't think there is. I mean, we have teleread. Edson Soares teleread. We found teleread here. Did not make him a popular mayor. What the paper speculates was a move to counteract his unpopularity. His wife Sonia was dictatorially put. His wife Sonia. We have not looked up Sonia Soares. Lists a news anchor named Flavio Soares who has a mother named Sonia. XX Flavio. Oh. Flavio Soares is a young Brazilian newscaster with a bit of a cult following. This discourse surrounding him is, to put it in polite terms, lewd. There's a website about something called fanfiction that has a small section dedicated to him. Seems that women and some men of wide variety of ages and writing skill tend to find him worthy inclusion in their stories. You skim some of the tales here and there. Notice that a common thread is that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Many stories either seem to ignore her existence or get her out of the picture rather quickly. This is also other more traditional fan sites that list some things about him, including his age, his zodiac sign, his favorite food, and his mother's name. Also, it seems that Flavio translates to golden-haired. One website has a signed publicity photo of Flavio, seem to confirm this. The photo has been added to your evidence. Let's look up Ashley York. British supermodel who does ads for perfume and clothing and jewelry. She's been the subject of some controversy in the past few months. Oh, has she? Having been protested by PETA for wearing fur on the cover of some magazines. She's dating Brazilian news anchor named Flavio Soares. Just bought them some. Listen, she's gonna be in these. Ashley York. She's gonna be in these little starlets defunct. Teen Blast, maybe? I was in Rio for Carnival, and he was on one of the parade floats. I had no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw, and I told my people to invite him to the party I was going. I felt pretty stupid once I realized we were going to his party. Well, his mother's party. She runs a media empire down there called Transmissão Paulo. Transmissão Paulo. Ah, I like that. Let's see if I can find her anywhere else. Like, I wanna see what she looks like. Okay. Transmissão Paulo. Massive media group run by a mysterious woman named Sonia Alves. It seems Sonia Alves is a common name in Brazil, so she's shortened her name to Nia to stand out in the public eye. According to a history page that focuses on her company and vague, unsearchable details, Nia received a significant inheritance in 1980 and invested it in many different manufacturing businesses in her hometown in Brazil. At the same time, she had just begun to learn the ins and outs of running a television network. She continued to work in television in 1988 when Brazil began its period of reform. She felt this was the perfect opportunity to launch her own media company using her investment connections. Now her company owns television networks, magazines, newspapers, and advertising firms. After doing some translating, the page about Nia lists her as unmarried. It does not go into any other relationship history. Searching for Nia online, you learn that she stays out of the spotlight. She doesn't even appear at shareholder meetings. She sends a proxy. Nia Alves. We don't have him yet, but I think this is Sonia Alves. And then we have what was his name? Edson Soares. And she's the CEO. And this is him. And then this is their son, but it's actually... What does that say? To Natasha, kisses from Brazil. Flavio Soares. And what is he? A newscaster? News anchor? I think that's that. Sure. And now we just have Susan. Cool. So, news anchor. Guess they don't really care about Edson Suarez. And just to make sure, we've got actor. She could be in advertising since she runs like a news thing. Author. Interior design. Ah, media mogul is pretty good too. I think she's a media mogul if she has newspapers and like TV shows and stuff. Okay. At our last one. I think we've already seen Susan. I think that's Susan. Susan's the mistress that was around while he was doing this last thing. And he had 2 kids with Susan. Good Lord. I'm not that, like, Guy is still a playboy, but I'm not that mad at him anymore knowing that, like, Patricia was a lesbian. They were both each other's beards almost. He was a beard for Patricia, and she was like... She was just there so he could look like he had a nice marriage for his politics. It seemed to work out for both of them. So, you know. He's not redeemed. He's not redeemed at all. But, you know. And hey, the Piketty thing is like fully done now. Thank fucking God. Jesus Christ, we have a Susan Ford right at the beginning. She's been moved to office staff in 1980. What was she before? She was the interpreter for just 1 year. There's a Grandorf Dove donation there. So they probably had a baby. Susan Ford is no longer employed by Roottrees, and that's it. And also, all the secretaries were let go. Okay. We know she's part of the, where is it at? The Hudson Wing. They talk about a Miss Ford. Miss Ford. She's the principal. So, to pay her off, he basically just gave her a wing of a school and made her a principal. Yeah, she became the first... Oh my God. An insistence of an employee at Roottrees. She learned ASL from the main school to surprise her future husband who was deaf. And so they donated to the wing, and then she became the first teacher. And then she became the principal. Okay. Let's look this up in like Business Watch. I gotta start using the periodicals better. Oh, frick. We got another hit. Butler County Times show archives what seems like an endless snow of cancellations. Or endless list of snow cancellation, extracurricular activities, and weekend events. You find one useless or useful article. Grandorf Dove was at the center of a crime article. It seemed that someone defaced the school and vehicles outside of the brand new Hudson Wing. There are multiple broken windows, and one of the teacher's cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. A few weeks later, follow-up provides more details. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. No! Okay. Apparently, the destruction came a few weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. Thank God. I got so scared that Susie was going to be gross. According to the reporter's investigation into the police reports, trials, and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail, and the school has agreed not to press criminal charges after an agreement was made to pay for the damages and the couple to begin divorce proceedings. Divorce proceedings. Jeez Louise. Seems Thomas Hughes, Miss Hughes, and the Hudson Wings have all avoided further appearances. Thomas Hughes. This is so messy. Well, we know Thomas Hughes is here. Great. Susan Ford and Thomas Hughes. I wonder if she is also this woman. Because we don't have any other secretaries we need to add pictures to. It's so messy, dude. It's so messy. So Grandorf Dove. I like that the history just stays in the order that you unlocked it in as well. That's kind of cool. I never noticed they had this little thing. I'm gonna go back to the original article again. Because I think it has a new name, doesn't it? The Grandorf Dove. Grandorf Dove. They changed it to be more like politically correct. So that's what I'm trying to find. Grandorf School for the Deaf. That's what it is. And I'm wondering, since it's not called Grandorf Dove anymore, if we put it in here. Grandorf School for the Deaf has made a few odd appearances here and there in the Butler County Times. Local students provide key evidence in scientific study. Miss Susie Ford. Oh, here we go. Article from March of this year mentions that the Ford sisters are one of a handful of identical twins who suffer from two different genetic issues. One of them has asthma and the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Their mother, who is principal at the nearby Grandorf School for the Deaf, was originally contacted by researchers looking to identify if there were any sets of twins where one was born deaf and the other was not. While she didn't have any twins attending her school, she asked if her daughters, Melissa and Heather, could be useful, and it turns out they were. They couldn't be more different. My youngest, we all call her that, even though it was only by 15 minutes, is shy and essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the school field, but she's the definition of an extrovert and is even performing in a local production of Is There Life After High School later this year. Okay, so the youngest is shy. And the other is an extrovert. Asthma and a peanut and an EpiPen. So youngest, right? What was it? My youngest is shy, but hasn't stopped running. So the youngest has the peanut allergy. And the older one has that. Okay. Is there life after high school? Is a musical. It's quite obscure, only appearing on Broadway for 17 performances. Nowadays, it's performed by smaller theater troupes, including high school drama clubs. If you couldn't tell by now, a game designer by the name of Jerry Johnson was in musical theater all 4 years of high school. The key word in that Butler County Times article was local. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I love when he's just like, hey, what are you doing? Stop looking at it over there. Look over here. Heatherford. So their last names are Ford. And they're students. Right? Oh, I should look up their names, actually. Heather and Melissa. Heather Ford, okay. Nothing. Damn it! Okay. I love his little tidbits, yeah. The immune system sisters, yeah. Heather and Melissa. Besties imagine. Okay. 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 You know what? Okay. Understood. So something's wrong here. We have gotten something wrong. Heather Ford, Melissa Ford, Susan Ford. Media mogul. Professor could be wrong. Principal. Yeah, baby. Yeah, what about it? Yeah, I solved the family tree. What about it? Yeehaw. There's still 2 key relatives? What do you mean? What could you possibly mean by that?
Hi again. I know you probably thought you were done.
I did.
But it turns out what you're doing here might have some pretty major repercussions on the family tree.
Okay.
Again. Also, there's something really strange happening.
Neither of us can.
I'd call it a simple misunderstanding.
I fucking
but it's
clicked too
digging
quick.
at the pit of my stomach. I just have a feeling. Clark?
Last week, let's just say being the president, sometimes people bring me things.
Just skip to the important part.
Right. One of our janitors brought me some hair she'd found in Ruby Spratt's trash. It was Bonnie Hudson's. Bonnie is Guy's sister. She'd sent us her hair to test potential Roottrees, since her DNA is closest to Guy's. But Ruby threw it out, and I wasn't sure why she would have done that.
Why would she do that?
Especially right before we began testing the tree you provided. When I asked, she told me she thought the samples needed to be fresh every time they did a test.
It seems really odd. Ruby was the one who convinced us to do DNA testing in the first place. She seemed so knowledgeable. I don't like it. You've done more of a deep dive on these people than anybody else has. Clark will keep a closer eye on the DNA tests from now on. You have an eye for anomalies. We need you to find the smoking guns.
If there's anyone you're 100% positive can't be a Roottrie,
or any you've got definitive evidence are Roottrees, then we might be able to catch Ruby in a lie.
Oh god. Oh god. Well, they did a blood test on this guy, didn't they? So they know he's it. What did they give me? Oh, it's just this. Ruby Sprat is suspicious, so she could have been doing things that are bad in the past. Guys, I didn't think it was gonna come this far. I didn't think we'd get to this part. I didn't know we'd have to then go, actually, I don't think they're root tree. There's only two things that have... There's only two things that have evidence on them anymore. Did they actually want me to put Anonymom on the root on the tree? On the Roottrees tree? Prove that her daughter was not a root tree. It has been 4 hours. We can do this, so. I think they're trying to get us to put Anonymom on there. But what's in the reminders that they want us to look at? Ron and Robbie, Brian Jones, Aloysius, Family Man, Lauren's other books. We started this out with a update from Chris, right? Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? No. Did you ever meet the Roottrees? We used to know them. Okay. The thing is, if Ruby Sprat was already lying about DNA and not actually using the DNA of the sister to see if these people... Anonymom could actually have a kid that's a root tree. How do we make Tostarito Jacobson the only valid root tree? I think Anonymom... Felix Fellows. Jane Doe root tree. They said it was too similar, but I think it was also just Guy Hudson had a thing for secretaries. This is a pop culture thing. Pop culture. Courtney May. They also said that the woman that vouched for her famous cover story named Corinne S. and that she'd fired for bankruptcy. Corinne S. So I'm gonna say Courtney May. Don't know last name. Probably be like a student. I don't know. No clue. No clue there. But she's married. She got married to someone. Who could the mom be? Huh. Hey, there's a pharaoh here. Christine Farrow was hired. Corinne S. Secretary, Corinne S. They said Corinne S. corroborated the cover story for Anonymom as a witness. So, Beatrice? Secretary? I don't know if she's still a secretary, probably not. Nothing. Courtney May once? Simple website with black text on a white background. From the view counter, you can tell you're one of few hundred people who have visited it. She's not shy about claiming she is Jane Doe Roottrees. As proof, she's posted an obscure cover from the time she was featured on News Time, as well as a different picture of herself that appears to be at a wedding. Website seems to be created in defense of her mother. Courtesy of Courtney May Newton, formerly Watts, Courtney May writes, Everyone has everything wrong. My mom approached the Roottrees before Five Piece was ever on the cover of News Time. Nobody at the Roottree Company took us seriously. They only listened to us after we appeared on TV and in magazines. Site has a scan letter from the Ruby Legal Group to Courtney May's mother, Beatrice. In very polite legal terms, it seems to accuse her of exploiting their name and orders her to leave the Roottrees alone. It's dated from a few weeks before the five-piece article appeared in News Time, and it seems legit. Courtney May also discusses her mother's magazine feature in more detail. Do you know how difficult it was to convince anyone to tell our story? My mom didn't want to show her face because everyone in the media we approached assumed she was lying, because her story was just like Five Pieces, but my mom's story was first. My mom was advised by Ryan and Cork to tell News Time that seeing Five Piece on the cover was what inspired her to go public. That was the only way News Time would agree to it and help get her on TV, but it's not true. Our story was first. Courtney's defense continues, but much of it seems repetitive and useless. Towards the end of her page, she discusses the DNA test and defends her mother's character. My mom is amazing. She's the nicest woman in the world. She has diabetes and works at a department store, but still managed to help pay for my apartment in the big city so that I could stay with my high school sweetheart. I got a degree in nursing, so I learned about DNA in college, and I'm beginning to think it's all a lie. Mom is 100% confident that there's no one else who could be the father. Either they did the DNA test wrong or DNA is complete BS. She is not a liar. Yeah, Courtney, get her. We've got a nurse. And we've got a cashier? Retail? Courtney May and Danny. And he is... I was going to say he is a EMT, but I don't think that really matters. Courtney May and her mom. It was Courtney May Watts, and she's now Newton. Daniel Newton. Guys. Guys, this is so messy. Do I say they're all root trees? I'm just... I'm overwhelmed. There's so many clues I haven't found. Girl, she's got red hair. She's got red hair. That's it. They're all root trees. Yeah. They're all root trees. So with Frank, we've got... Let's just make some educated guesses, you know? I don't want to go through anything. He might be, but it's impossible to prove. It was so long ago. Sorry, Frankie. Sorry, Frank. My bad. Now these two. Because here's the thing. Do we think... I think she truly adopted Stuart. So he's not a root tree. And then I think Mark is a blood... Like, Crocodile Clementine's a blood relative. Because it was like... extenuated circumstances when Mark was adopted. She adopted this one. And then this one was, it was like strange circumstances when she adopted him. So I'm gonna say that he's a blood relative. Like he's an actual. And you know what? Fuck Miracle. Yeah, fuck Miracle. And I would say, like, yeah, he's 100% a root tree. But the issue here is that we don't think the DNA is consistent anymore. You know? Like, if they were gonna already lie about one. Okay, we'll say he's a root tree. Give him the blood status. Okay. Crocodile has to be a root tree, so you can pay back those 3 for the bail money. No! Alright. Now we're on to the Garlands, who it was Christine and Steven were together. They met because her mom worked at the farm and she would get vegetables to Steven so that he could be a chef. And then she left being a secretary so that she could work full-time with Steven. But while she was secretary, she had a kid. And then she left. Then she came back as a secretary. She had another kid. But are they both his kids? I'm gonna be honest, they have different faces. Do you think she fucked up with James and then was like, I gotta make sure that I don't do that again? I think she fucked up with James and then said, I'm not doing that again. I love my husband. Sorry, Robert, you're not getting any money, baby. No money for Robert. Nope. And if we're gonna say that David was a root tree, we're gonna say that she's a root tree too. Fuck it. Go ask Big Bro for money, Rob. Exactly. I am on Jinyu's side. She seems like she just has a little too much trauma with America because of Guy. That Min Long has to kind of be her. Min Long has to be a blood relative. So you know what? Get the money, girl. Get that money. Now, Flavio. Am I a root tree? Yeah, you are a root tree too. I think Flavio is also because they held it over Edson's head. And Guy was able to use this to bribe Edson. And he also has red hair, which is very Guy Hudson-esque. So we're gonna go ahead and give him the roots. And now we're on to Suze. Susan was a ride or die. And he paid $250,000 for Susan to shut up and go away. So I'm gonna say they're both blood relatives. Then what do we have? You have two. Ronald and Robert? What if they're not? Wait! They are root trees. How can they not be root trees? Cause like, what do you mean? I need to get to the bottom of this one. Wild Bill Williams? Did not make an appearance on Gwen Ritchie's funeral. There have been rumors that he must have died, but they tracked him down. He still lives in Paris and is in perfectly fine health. Last time we spoke was when I signed the divorce papers. She asked me to never contact her or the kids again. I've always respected their wishes. They never reached out to me either. So I have to assume they had some idea on why she hated me so much and the sacrifices she made on my behalf. I wish them well, and I am sorry for their loss, but we've all been strangers for 40 years, so I can confidently say they wouldn't have wanted me there. In fact, I'm confident my presence would have ruined it. Oh, I didn't mean to highlight that. Okay. Gwen Roottrees. She died in Paris about 3 weeks ago. After leaving Hollywood, she made no effort. She died in her sleep while being treated for a severe sudden case of pneumonia. Robert Roottrees. Robbie? Was released from French prison after serving a few years for assault. His embezzlement arrest was partially featured in 6 pieces and have since become much more publicly infamous. He has not yet returned to the United States, but when they reached out to him, he issued a blanket statement. The death of my mother was hard for our family. My brother and I, after spending months caring for her and mourning, have finally made amends. It was a highly transformative few weeks when it came out of our relationship. I'm in recovery from my addiction, and a major aspect of that process is that I wish to stay private. A few weeks later, Ron was dropped from the title entirely. There are hundreds of results about the development. Some veer into heavy speculation. Ron has also done interviews saying the truth of what went on behind the scenes is not something he wishes to discuss. He and his brother Robbie seem to have made amends, but they say search for him in Business Watch. So what really happened with the Roottrees? The only parts that are new to you are the most vague parts. Timeline says the family actually held a preliminary vote. They wanted Ron to take over. To that, the role solely passed to Clark. What else do we have? Piketty? Tree. Nothing. No projects listed in development other than Guys Like Us remake. Been called a few times on a website about upcoming film called Movie News. The rumored cast is Cameron Diaz, Linda Fiorentino, and Chris O'Donnell. According to leaked news, the remake has been put on indefinite hiatus due to its director dropping out in the wake of a serious medical issue. Ron Roottrees. Okay. Oh, that's what we were on. Guys Like Us remake. Penelope Tessa Green. She's still alive. It's part of a recent fundraiser at the Reno Comedy Club, the Laugh Lounge. Fundraiser was called The Best Medicine, was to help find a cure for Huntington's disease. Until recently, did Ron come down with Huntington's? The last few months, I've gone from knowing nothing about it to learning more than any one person ever should have. It's impossible to predict if someone susceptible to Huntington's had the disease, but due to the advances, tests have been developed. It's a neurodegenerative disease that most recognizably causes memory issues and uncontrollable movements. It's passed genetically from parent to child. Parent has the disease, there's a 50-50 chance their child will get it. Cannot skip a generation. If someone has a mother or father with Huntington's, but they did not receive it, their children will also never have it. It's impossible to test for Huntington's. This would often be... Oh my God. So Ron's not a blood relative. Because his dad would have to have Huntington's for him. If he's diagnosed with it, it's genetic. His dad had to have gotten it. Or had to have had it. And when they caught up with Wild Bill, it was very direct, like, he is in great health. He's having a wonderful time. He feels great. But Ron has it, which means... Oh. And then she was pregnant with Robert when they divorced. Damn, dude. It did become possible to test children for it and if the disease was passed on or not. Yeah. What was the original Guys Like Us? Starring Gwen Ritchie, Leslie Florence, and Harrison Flane. Formulaic. There have been talks of a remake. We've already searched. I mean, things are updating, so I don't know, man. It's generally thought of as quite good. Given the success of the she recovered from Hollywood, not much is known about her until recently. Recently, as part of a myriad of articles and research people have gone into those surrounding the Roottrees, it came out she died of a genetic disease known as Huntington? Brother. How? So Leslie had Ron? This doesn't make sense. Didn't Gwen have the bait? What? I'm so confused. Like, what do we do with this? So one of the sons is not a retriever, the other is. That's what. So like, that's what's making my head burst. You know? Oh, brother. Do we have anything like Teen Blast or something? No, this would be too old for them. Starlet. This is too old. Wild Bill or something. Did he have an affair with Florence? With what's her name? Yeah, Walter Forsythe. And apologies to everyone. I'm taken. Did a friend a favor. Ironically, the third is a rumor that his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. Oh, fucking hell, dude. American Reader on vacation seems to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen arguing in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, Gwen announced she was divorcing Wild Bill, and also that she was pregnant again. She died in the late 60s. Baby while pregnant is impossible. Yeah. No, but she was saying that she has the kid. She had a kid with Bill, and that she was pregnant again. Did Leslie give the baby to her? Because she found out she she had Huntington's, gave the baby to Gwen to take care of because at least it would have its dad, Wild Bill. And Robbie was the baby she had in her stomach that actually is her son. So yes, blood relative. So what we have is, sorry Frank, we can't tell because you're so far removed. That was in the 20s, my bad. No, because he was adopted. Yes, because he was adopted, but he's actually Miracle's kid. Yes, because she has red hair. She has red hair, and her mother was already claiming that the only person that could be her dad was Guy Hudson way before anything else became public, but the lawyer shut it down. Yes, but part of me wants to say no. This is the only one I'm like really torn on. The other ones I'm like, I can talk myself in circles about how it's right. Yes, because she had the affair with Guy as a secretary. But what if she got pregnant from Guy and it was around the time she was meeting Steven? I don't know. But basically she had the first kid and then decided against the second kid because she actually was very in love with her husband. Yes, because she was just acting very weird about America and all of that and the IVS stuff. Yes to both of them because that was like his ride or die mistress. And yes to this one because of the bribery that was happening here. Like, they must have known something. Something must have been known of, and then there's a reason she went kind of... So he's the only one I'm torn on. There's so many more clues for 5 Piece than I expected there to be. Yeah. Are you missing clues from him? No, I just don't want to read up on him. I'm just tired of him. Joanna and Beatrice. I'm tired of a man, and you really cannot blame me for that, so... Joanna. I feel you, Joanna. I feel... What if Joanna was having the affair? But nothing came of it. She didn't have a baby with Riley. And then Riley found out about the affair and was like, I'm leaving. And then she told David that her real dad is Guy Hudson. His real dad. Maybe put him as on as maybe as say you want to know less about him. Yeah. He might be. It's possible to prove because they could just DNA test the man, but... I'm just tired of reading about David. My only thing that's really holding me back from him not being a root tree is the genes part of it. Like brown, almost red hair, black hair. And we've got like the auburn, the red tint here with a blonde mom. Like the blonde here would make sense. This has a, this feels more red to me. We have red. And since this is Miracle, Miracle was a blonde boy. We don't know because they're black and white. And then these are in black and white, so we don't know the color, but that's pretty dark hair. And then that has red hair. And then there's like a reddish tint to the hair. Isn't red hair a recessive trait? Yeah, but everyone else has red tint to their hair, you know? Maybe I just don't want him to be a root tree. because of his little clout chasing. The way that he changed his name to 5-piece. Maybe I just don't want him to be a root tree. I'm gonna say no. You're out of the family tree, actually. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I did it? Wait, is that, like, I actually did it? Was that cool?
Beatrice and Courtney May. Clark, can you swing another test against Bonnie's DNA?
This time I'll be sure to have them verify both samples in person.
Using the family tree you filled out, as well as DNA tests, we were able to uncover the truth behind all the inconsistencies.
Okay.
Clark's handling the business, but I've come to thank you and fill you in on everything we've learned. Buckle up.
I need water.
As it's been one heck of a week.
Huge?
Actually, that's an understatement. It's not every week you discover your family company is being sabotaged by someone they trusted. But that's the kind of time we've been having. Like I said, buckle up. Maybe grab some popcorn. We'll start with Guy Hudson.
Here we go.
Guy had a frankly ridiculous number of potential children. What shocked me is how many graduated from potential to confirmed.
Okay.
We can even prove he was aware of them. The smoking gun was how he used company money to pay off women.
Yup. The company money.
He hid it with a method inspired by his idol, Elias. 5-piece flavors. The flavors he was paying to research were a ruse.
Oh, he was using the research money to pay people off? Because there were different... Okay.
He developed flavors based on the initials of the women he was paying, which was really stupid,
Shigua.
considering one of their names started with X.
Yeah, that's so dumb. Wait. I didn't even look into the flavors. Caviar, butterscotch, Shigua.
Let's start with Christine. Guy was paying her under the name Caviar, but there were some other clues. James was born 9 months after Zach's party. Christine was there with Guy, and when she got pregnant, she panicked. Steve stepped up. He even turned it into one of his recipe stories.
Oh, we didn't even read the plated loaf. For years, 2 bakers flirted, but he was one day whisked away. Upon seeing Yates, Flora was both delighted and distraught. She'd already prepared buns for the palace ovens. East insisted she had no obligation to prepare, but he shared her fear. They'd missed their final chance to bake together. In the end, bankrolled by the king, Flora and Yates spent their days baking together.
Not all of Guy's affairs led to offspring. He may have slept with Robin Martin, but she didn't have children, so we'll never know. Also, not every child of Guy's affair partners were his. Robert Garland was born after his parents had already moved to Boston.
So I was correct. She had a change of heart, baby.
Skipping Beatrice for now. Up next is Leng Xin-yu. When Guy showed up in China, she was into America. And American. When she got pregnant, her father paid key genes to fake IVF. They claimed her sister was unable to conceive. But her sister and Jerry had their own son, Mark.
Yep.
Sonia Alves was soon after. Nia was married at a very young age to a much older husband. She resented him. I don't blame her. They allegedly spent no time together in private.
Ooh.
Guy was in Brazil during Christmas 1979. It's the only Christmas not in the records. Flavio was born 9 months later, and like the others, Guy started paying Sonia.
This man was just fucking throwing money at everybody.
Last was Susan Ford, hired to translate for Guy's overseas trips. It's easy to read into Guy's donation to her school, but there's no definitive proof. She and Guy were witnessed together near the end of his life. Susan's husband was convinced he couldn't be the father of her daughters. Guy, though, paid double.
Guy paid double.
The price of twins.
$10K a
So,
month.
What about 5Ps?
No!
Felix Fellow's mother, Joanna, doesn't have a 5 pieces flavor.
Ooh.
On top of that, his story doesn't really add up. His mother already left the company by the time Guy became president, and his lyrics indicate he was born sometime around 1975.
Oh!
Alone, that wouldn't necessarily prove it. But there are some suspicious connections between Felix and the company's current lawyer, Ruby
We have a
Spratt.
stinker.
They both grew up in Portland, in Foster, and according to the local paper, they definitely knew one another.
Ruby and David knew each other.
Ruby was the one who approached the Roottrees to begin with. It was all a
They were
setup.
scamming them. It was a hustle.
Ruby and Felix saw my book's challenge to the Clancet Trust as an opportunity.
The redhead vibe check has worked so far.
His mother really had worked for Roottrees. She exploited my family's greed, worked her way into control of the trust, and ensured Felix got a piece. But they made some
He was
mistakes
hustling, and
along the way.
I can't blame him for that. He was hustling.
If you look at the 2 DNA tests that Ruby handled,
I didn't.
they were both supposedly tested against Bonnie Hudson.
I didn't look at them at all. Thank you. I looked at hair color. I'm going to be honest.
But the 2 signatures that should both represent Bonnie don't match.
Sorry.
After Clark and I confronted her, Ruby lawyered up. Ironic, I know. We suspect Ruby had Donatico test Felix against his own mother's DNA. He had a hairbrush of hers. On the second test, Bonnie's sample was tested locally, but Courtney Mays was not. Ruby's been throwing away samples. We think she sent her own hair instead of Courtney Mays, but it could have been anyone's. Ruby and Felix were in cahoots. As for why, they were both advocates of wealth redistribution, a noble effort. But once they controlled the family fortune, they became just as greedy as the worst members of my family. They were so eager to personally wield the wealth for their own cause that they sabotaged any other claims.
That's crazy. Get him out of here.
That finally brings us to Anonymom, aka Beatrice Watts.
Yep.
Her tales of Guy's parties and payoffs were true. She even approached Ruby before 5Ps was on news time.
Yep.
Ruby used Beatrice's truths to make Felix's lies feel real, then ruined the DNA test so that Beatrice looked phony in the public court of opinion.
Yep.
I feel worse for her.
Did my own
than
kind of
all
genetic
this.
testing. My eyes. Oh my god.
While Ruby and Felix stole the show, there were some other potential new family members as well. Miracle Roottree was less of an open and shut case. That said, it's very likely he had a son with Mary Beth Clementine.
Look at that hair.
Not Stuart.
Look
Mary
at
Beth
that
adopted
hair!
him before she ever
What
set
did I
foot in Butler
say?
County. That leaves Mark. The timeline fits. He showed up about 9 months after Mary Beth visited Miracle, and the basket baby story is a bit too convenient. If that's not enough on its own,
Toasterito Jacobson.
he was also bailed out by the sister of Edith Roottree, Miracle Jr.'s wife, after she changed her name to win that silly contest. Our best guess is that Mark was told by his mother whose son he was, and used that fact to put some pressure on Miracle Jr. We have no
Brother.
real proof of that.
We
but
vibe checked
nothing
them
else
all.
really makes sense for why they'd be connected in that way.
We're just straight up vibe checking at this point.
Elias's affair was the most ambiguous. Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias to do things he wouldn't have otherwise done, like pressure to include me in the family.
Oh.
My son even mentioned them arguing about someone named Beth.
Beth.
Combined with Gwyneth's lisp, it's possible the name was actually Bess.
Gwyneth had a lisp? Eliath, please remember Tham.
Unfortunately, all we know about Bess Williams is that she wrote his book and died not long after, leaving her only son an orphan. The timeline fits with Wildcat, but there's no record if she had any other relationship.
True.
Honestly, I wouldn't say we had enough evidence either way. I wouldn't be surprised if Elias cheated. Of course, I'm a bit biased. Regardless, we haven't gotten in touch with any of the Williams clan yet.
Tostarito Jacobson was already valid?
That means we haven't been able to do a DNA test. As Clark mentioned, from here on out, all of our DNA tests will be in person.
Oh. Oh my god. Has anyone been keeping track? Because
Lastly, we have a bit of a curveball. Ron Roottrees isn't related to us by blood. Gwyn was definitely pregnant, so it's likely Robbie is. When Ron and Robbie went to visit their mother at the end of her life, something changed. Additionally, there have been a few rumors circling around Ron. RR Productions canceled the Guys Like Us remake due to the director's illness. At the same time, Ron's wife Penelope began doing benefits for Huntington's disease. Huntington's is the same disease that Gwyn's former co-star Leslie Florence had. It's passed from parent to child. Because Gwyn and Wild Bill didn't have Huntington's, and Ron seems to, it's impossible Gwyn was his mother. I recently confirmed all this with Ron. At the end of her life, Gwyn told Ron the story. Leslie and Bill had an affair the same year Leslie learned she had Huntington's. Leslie wasn't likely to survive to see her child grow up. And even if she did, she didn't want to be a burden. Gwyn did. Mere weeks after she found out she was having her own son, she also took in Ron. Wild Bill was a problem. Unreliable and a serial adulterer.
Aren't they all?
Gwyn divorced him and
Aren't they
never
all?
saw him again. Gwyn had already told Starlet she was pregnant, so it never really made waves when people saw her with a child and there was gossip during her divorce when she was discovered to be pregnant again. In actuality, it was the final months of her only pregnancy. To lay low, she stayed in Paris long enough that even her own family never had reason to question the timeline.
Her own family didn't know. That's crazy.
It's one heck of a story, and frankly, nobody could be expected to piece the timeline together, not with what few mentions of Gwyn's past have survived.
I did.
But the Huntingtons itself? That's proof.
I did. Look at that.
Ron suing Robbie to remove him from the Clancid Trust was a huge moment in my story, and a major catalyst for this entire investigation. Finding out that it's been pretty much backwards this whole time has been a bit surreal.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at. Looking over the information you sent us was invaluable. You got everything absolutely correct.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
Why did we even bother hiring a team?
Don't know.
You figured it all out.
I don't know,
solo.
baby.
All this information, this entire story, it's a lot.
Yep.
In more ways than one. Some of it has the potential to destroy marriages and ruin relationships.
I'm a gamer.
We're handling it all very, very carefully. But we couldn't have gotten here without you.
No, you couldn't have.
And with that, I guess our tale
Power of vibe check and autism combined.
to an end. What no words can express how grateful I am to you for untangling this mess. Honestly, I've had enough of my family's eccentricities and scandals for one lifetime. And if not, well, there's always Elias's and Gwyneth's brothers and sisters.
Yes!
Attention!
We finally got 5-piece, y'all.
Man, y'all are hypocrites. Sitting back in your massive estates, built from the cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it, based on your family's creations. Yo, but look at here, sonny, don't you come for our money, or you might burn bright in hellfire someday, like that Madsen chick and her 2 dads. My pappy's cleansing trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing, catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners because we didn't earn it. When all of your worth it came free with your name, you expect me to treat your lectures on greed as some expert.
You can just tell he's white. Yeah. You can just tell he's white.
Kiss, you'll know just where to aim.
You say money is a root of all your problems. Take those problems away.
This is what we call coworker. Yeah, this is coworker music.
Just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle. Real world folks burning spoons for the needle. So once more with passion, tell this poor tragic orphan how your mansions and portions are actually horrible. How I'm better off penniless, grasping for morsels. How wanting my share, that's actually extortion. With your candy ass name, synonymous with sweets. Oh, you wanna call me classless? I'm gangster from Portland.
Oh my God.
Play that game. I came up on the streets. The only streets you reppin' are Park Place and Boardwalk. Hypocrisy.
Park Place and Boardwalk bar.
When I knock, have G's. Top up my pockets, please. Cause the same God that got to steal my mom from me is what he wants, right? For you to live in poverty. And
ooh,
if you're
bars.
not eager to unhand that fortune, that's unfortunate. I guess I'm gonna have to take my portion, and I'll do it all legally. Class action, courtrooms, decorum. I'm way past your fancy ass dormant.
You say
bars
is a root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Bring the
You say money is a root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Yep.
You say money is a root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Do it all legally? Bars.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treatment.
This is on
Real world folks burning spoons for the needle. Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treatment, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle.
Yeah. Bro really should not have wrote a song about his fraud. Your silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle is crazy, actually. That's crazy. What is a guy like that saying a word like treacle? Be honest. Hello? Hello? Oh, we're done. Okay. Guys, we did it. I'm very proud of us. We're working on something new. No frickin' way. No frickin' way. All right. It's time for me to log off for the day. To end stream and not stare directly at a screen 2 feet away from my face. So I'm gonna leave you guys with somebody else, and then I'll see you tomorrow for some Mac and Veed's goodness. And then we'll have a couple days break before we finally jump into some blueprints and get back into note taking and mystery solving. Let me find someone for you guys to raid, and then I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you guys for hanging out today. I appreciate it. Let's see. Is Kat streaming? Kat's streaming. I'm gonna go send you over to Kat. Have a wonderful rest of your day, pals. I will see you tomorrow with Kat. Mika even solved the mystery of Sam Club having Sam Club at Bube? Uh-huh. All right, besties. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. We did it. We got 100% on the family tree, and I really appreciate that. I'm gonna go look in the mirror and call myself smart, I think. So, bye.